Would everybody please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Madam City Attorney, do we have a report out of closed session?
Yes, Mayor Seaman. Today in closed session, the council voted unanimously to authorize the initiation of litigation. And per the government code, the particulars of that litigation will be disclosed once the case has been filed.
Thank you very much. Moving on to mayor's announcements. We'll make my announcements before we do our presentations. I guess probably most of you guys saw that we announced Sarah Bareilles will be here on October 16th. I hope you got a chance to get your tickets. If not, I recommend you get on the waiting list, and we'll be notifying folks if and when more tickets come available. But I really want to say that it's a very, very generous thing that Sarah Bareilles is doing, and we're so grateful. And her staff and city staff have been working really hard to make a great event. So I hope we have a nice, fun turnout that day. I would also like to thank city staff, the City of Arcata, and Cal Poly. Last week we had a welcome reception that was specifically targeted for the family of new employees to the area. So folks who work for the County of Humboldt, Providence, Open Door, Mad River, Cal Poly, City of Eureka, and City of Arcata were invited. We hope to expand it in the future. We had over 100 people attend. They were matched with locals from the area as a way for folks who are moving to the area to find more ways to connect and hopefully keep them here so that we don't have to continue to recruit them. And it was a great event. The other two things I want to mention are not city business. The other two things I want to mention are not city business, but one of them is there's a regional economic summit coming up Thursday and Friday. It will be regional discussions on hard infrastructure, soft infrastructure, so things like healthcare and access to arts and culture, and emerging industries for Humboldt, Del Norte, Mendocino, and Lake counties. It's a really great virtual event.
Mute it momentarily. I sent a message.
Oh, Natalie is not muted. If you're interested in attending that conference or learning more, you can go to bit.ly Future Forward 2022. Oh, I'm sorry, bit.ly Growing Forward 2022. And then the last thing I want to mention is several months ago, I came and announced that the Board of Supervisors for the county approved nearly $5 million to support the child care industry. And the first program, which is a retention bonus for child care providers and employees in the child care field, just opened up this week. So if you know anybody who is a child care provider who works in that field, please let them know they can go to humboldtchildcare.org and fill out a really simple application and receive those bonuses to try to keep that industry going so we can keep our workforce strong. Those were my announcements. I did not go to the League of Cities. Everybody else, I think, did. So you'll hear all about that later from the other folks who were out of the area, which is why we didn't have our last meeting. Now I would like to invite the Jefferson Center Summer Camp to come up for a presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Seaman and council members and staff. My name is Dorina Espinosa. I am the 4-H advisor in Humboldt and Del Norte counties. It's a youth development program through the University of California Cooperative Extension. And I'd like to thank you for providing time for myself and the youth to come and speak with you tonight. We are here to share the value.
Over the past 6 weeks, other factors involved in the deaths include high extreme temperatures and
We are here to share the value of Jefferson Community Center, specifically the summer activities. This summer, the 4-H program collaborated with Jefferson to provide outdoor field trips, and this was just one of many activities, including culinary arts, bicycle riding with the Wild Trails tours with Dalton Lee, and a FAM camp through the California State Park systems. These offerings were made possible because of the extensive relationship building that Heidi Benzanelli has created over multiple years, and those relationships aren't measured by money or time or reports, but are measured by the experiences of the community. And you'll hear from the youth of the experiences and the impact. So rather than me continuing to share with you of these experiences, I've asked the youth to share their stories. So Zachary?
Wait, I'm not sure.
Hello, my name is Zachary Stupenski. I am 9 years old and I go to Washington as a 4th grader.
Yeah, we're supposed to be muted, but I can't.
I live low, only 1 block from Jefferson Community Center. My biggest brother and sister went to Jefferson Elementary, so it is important to us. This summer I got to go too. I was excited about the activities and woke up early so I didn't miss them. We don't have a car, so being able to ride on the bike path for the first time with friends was exciting. I saw places I can take my family that I didn't know Eureka had. I got to bake an apple pie at cooking class. I was sweating because it was hot, but it tasted so good. I even went camping. I went to the Sumeg tide pools for the first time. I saw a huge sea star and sea urchins. I saw weird things that tried to sting you. This is the best summer ever. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You did such a nice job.
All right, my name is Marina, and this is Cerise. And we really like Jefferson Community Center.
How old are you? What school?
Oh, yeah. I am 10, and Willow is 5. And we're going to be 11. I'm going to be 11, and you're going to be 6. And how many days? 8 days. Yes. And what we really like, we go to freshwater school. We really like Jefferson Community Center because one time we got to go camping for 2 days, and there were a bunch of fun activities. Like we got to play strawberries and bananas and sharks and minnows. And we got to get our own flashlights, and we got to camp like with our family. And if you didn't have supplies, then they would still give you some. And Willow, do you want to say anything about it?
What did you like doing there? Tie-dyeing?
I like the food and the tie-dyeing because they're really yummy. Yeah, there was they would serve you delicious dinners and breakfasts. They would give you hot chocolate on breakfast. And in dinner, they one time gave us Thai food. We also really liked the bike riding club. We got to go bike riding, and I remember on one of the last ones, we got to go down this really quick hill, and it was going really quick and speedy, and we got to go on the bumpy trails too. There was a lot of mud, and you would get stuck, and we got to go explore on the way. I didn't see it, I don't think, but I think one of us saw a duck or something that was in the lake, or maybe an otter. I can't remember. But we got to do that, and we got to bake too. We got to make apple pie and pizza. And helping in the kitchen was Chelsea because you can serve food. Yeah, we got to help in the kitchen because they served breakfasts, and we got to help serve the food, and it was really fun. And all the people are just really nice there. I mean, I don't know. They're just really nice. And You get to use an elevator. There's an elevator, yes. And I don't know. I mean, it's just so fun. Like, it's not, like, perfect, like...
But pretty close.
But pretty close.
Nice. It sounds like you guys really got a lot out of your experience.
Thank you.
Do you want to say thank you to the people that helped you with the camp?
Thank you. Thank you.
It's so great to have organizations that provide these opportunities for kids. You know, the city does, and the Jefferson Center does, and we have clubs like the Boys and Girls Club and Big Brothers Big Sisters and North Star Quest Camp for Kids, and there are not too many, that is for sure. We need lots and lots of enrichment opportunities for kids because it means so much to them. So thank you guys, did a great job. No public speaking in the class, huh? In your camp? I'm surprised. Thank you so much for coming. Next, I would like to invite up Robin Pratzker and Jim Thomas. And they are going to talk a little bit about Volunteer Appreciation Month and Good Neighbor Week.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Robin Prasker with the Community Services Department, and I am excited to have Jim Thomas provide our annual report on our volunteer programs. He's new to our Community Services team, but he's jumped right in, done a fantastic job, helped maintain our current programs and even expand them. So we've done a lot of good stuff this year, and we've got more good stuff coming up. So I will hand it off to Jim to get started. Thank you.
Then we need to share screen for this one.
Yeah, if you share screen, that will show up. So. Yeah, just go right up there.
Oh.
And hopefully that will work for the Zoom folks. Okay. And once you start, we'll have them. Go ahead and start.
Okay. Is that ready to go then? Okay. Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Council. As Robin mentioned, I'm Jim Thomas from the Community Services Department, and I've been coordinating the City of Eureka's volunteer events, and I'm here to report on some of our successes. September is Volunteer Month in Eureka, and we are excited to report a month-long celebration offering a host of volunteer events each Saturday, complementing Good Neighbor Week the last week of September. There have been outstanding events all over Eureka throughout Volunteer Month and also throughout the entire year. The Empower Eureka program is designed for community members to improve and enrich the quality of life in Eureka. Residents are offered a variety of meaningful volunteer experiences that create positive change. Empower Eureka has successfully been connecting volunteers to programs from Uplift Eureka to Hoopsters Youth Basketball. But the Neighborhood Beautification Program is the newest volunteer opportunity, specifically designed to empower community members to organize their own volunteer activities in their neighborhood. Residents can apply to host activities year-round, ranging from trash cleanups to landscaping to even neighborhood block parties. I am excited to share thriving examples of what the Neighborhood Beautification and Empower Eureka programs are capable of. Oops. West Wabash was the pilot program starting in May 2021. Special thanks to Robin Prasker and Leslie Castellano, who took the lead on these efforts and still continue to do so. This has been a wonderful example for the greater community. South Eureka Neighborhood Alliance is an existing community group neighboring Highland Park and has been achieving positive engagement in their community for years. They have helped with landscaping and litter pickup around the park and held a wildly successful neighborhood mixer. We look forward to their continued momentum. At the Old Town Gazebo, we are working together on a long-term project with the Wiyot Tribe Da Gu Ru Louis Cultural Center, along with volunteer leadership by Dennis Houghton. With volunteer help, we are improving landscaping by laying weed barriers, soil, and mulch, and have a long-term vision to replant the beds with native species. City Hall has joined the beautification effort, which we like to call the City Haulers. We have invited staff to help on city time to pick up trash and landscape around City Hall a few times throughout the year. We have been amazed by city staff's engagement and efforts. The volunteer efforts don't cease exclusively to the streets and neighborhoods. There has been excellent efforts at our parks as well. Councilmember Scott Bauer helped lead by example and organized 2 events this year to help remove invasive species and collect litter at Cooper Gulch Park. We appreciate Scott bringing his expertise and passion of habitat restoration to this special park. The Sequoia Park Ivy League is a shining success of volunteer-led change. A big shout out to volunteer Heidi Kerr, who has spearheaded this effort and has held 9 events since April. Their focus has been ivy removal, which climbs up and chokes redwood tree trunks, and the response from the community has been very positive. We cannot wait to see how this program progresses. At the Sequoia Park Zoo, we now have the brand new Redwood Skywalk and a new Stewards program to complement it, which creates connections between our guests and the Redwoods while ensuring that all visitors have a safe and meaningful experience on the Redwood Skywalk. The Sequoia Park Zoo staff have done a great job engaging volunteers to get involved. There's been significant progress in volunteerism this last year, but there has also been groups that have put in quite a lot of time over the years. Keep Eureka Beautiful has been active since 1996 and is 100% volunteer-led. They offer free trees to Eureka residents with the city's support. If you have ever wanted a tree, make sure you sign up. You can visit keepeurecabeautiful.com to do so. The Trash Bash is a partnership between the City of Eureka and Pack Out Green Team, starting in 2017. They hold the Trash Bash the first Saturday of every other month. Just this past year, there has been over 21,000 pounds of trash collected. Come join us on October 1st behind Walmart from 9 a.m. to 10:30 if you want to help with this effort. With the establishment of the Eureka Waterfront Trail, the ongoing maintenance has been made possible by the Volunteer Trail Stewards program. The trail is divided into 4 sections: the Hickshari, led by Mark Freitas; Wiggy Wetlands, led by Jeremy Cashin; the Wharf Trail, led by Gail Popham; and the North Trail, led by Dennis Houghton in partnership with Pam and Ted Halstead. Each coordinator holds at least 1 event per month, and some opt for a higher frequency. We are excited to recognize these coordinators tonight and have a recognition award planned at the end of this presentation. And now I will catch you up on the Volunteer Month events that I spoke of earlier. September 3rd, we kicked off Volunteer Month at the Boardwalk and replanted the planters with succulents and native species and picked up trash. We had 22 in attendance and beautiful weather. The second Saturday, we worked at Hammond Park and had 28 volunteers turn out to help paint a community mural, lay chips in the playground, pick up litter, and improve the landscaping. I have a short video that I'd like to share with you all from the day at Hammond Park.
Hello, my name is Greg Osborne. I'm the City of Eureka Parks Superintendent. Just want to talk about why we feel that the volunteers or the groups of volunteers that we've had benefit us. For them, it's a great way for the people to connect to the community. It builds relationships, can give a sense of purpose to those people who volunteer, and enables people to help others in a selfless way. And based on some of the challenges that we may face on any given day in the parks, there may be some things that we just can't get to, and it's unfortunate, but it's the reality. And with the help of volunteers or volunteer groups, we get some of those items taken care of, and it's definitely a win-win situation, and we surely appreciate the help.
Oops, not again. Next, on September 17th, we partnered with the North Coast Environmental Center and the California Coastal Commission for Coastal Cleanup Day. 21 volunteers attended and 240 pounds of trash was collected down by the Wharfinger Building and Public Marina. We still have one more event as part of Volunteer Month to work on the gazebo landscaping, and we are also hosting a free community barbecue along with that. We will also be announcing the grand prize winners, and special thanks to Pearson's Building Center and the Carter House Inn for their prize donations. We hope that you all can join. Last but not least, Good Neighbor Week begins on September 24th. And along with the gazebo event, there are other ways to get involved. From a community bike ride to a pie party, we encourage Eureka citizens to reach out and strengthen the sense of community in your immediate neighborhood. It can be as simple as meeting a neighbor you have never met before. Good neighbors start with us. For more information, you can go to the visiteureka.com Good Neighbor Week webpage. Thank you so much to the amazing community of volunteers in Eureka. If anyone wants to host volunteer activities like these reported tonight, you can apply via empowereureka.org to become a volunteer community coordinator or check out the other opportunities. Anything is possible with volunteers. And now, can we please have all of the trail stewards in attendance come up for their recognition award? Dennis Houghton, Jeremy Cashin, Gail Popham, Pam and Ted Halstead, and Mark Freitas.
All right. You want to face the audience? Yes. So everybody can see your faces. All right, Jeremy. You found me. Oh, thank you. And here is a gift certificate from Outfitters. Nice. Mark. Dennis. Gail, oh, and I was going to say, and I only gave one card. So there you go.
Yeah. Well,
You already got yours, right?
Sure, I can.
Right on.
Thank you so much.
Coordinates through the city of Arcata. Thank you, Rachel. Smile towards Pam.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Robin.
So thank you so much for that report. It's always nice to hear all of the things that happen through the year. I did go to the Hammond Park cleanup, and we'll be hosting the pie party there next week. So it's a nice neighborhood park, and it was really fun to get to not just help out to clean, but to meet the people in my neighborhood who are also helping, and it was very enjoyable. So thank you very much. And if you want to do anything in your neighborhood for Good Neighbor Week, we really encourage it. Every day is Good Neighbor Day, honestly. But if you want to do it in the official week, it's next Friday till the Friday after that. So, all right. Now we are going to move on to presentations. And today we have a local coastal plan update. This is for information only. So we won't be asking questions or having any follow-up. We're just getting kind of an introduction to the local coastal plan update. And I am looking for Principal Planner Kenyon.
I'm on Zoom.
All right.
Thanks, Mayor and council members. Let me just share my screen. Okay. Okay, staff thought we should share an update on where we're at with the coastal land use plan element amendment process. As you all know, part of the city's in the coastal zone, and it's generally described as everything that's east of Broadway, north of 3rd Street, west of Broadway, north of 3rd Street, and east of Myrtle Avenue. So,
We
Yeah,
can't
hang on,
see your
we're
presentation.
getting this off of
oh
here.
no.
Hang on. My mouse is refusing to cooperate though, right at the moment.
It's been
Is
a
it on my
challenging
side?
technical day, I
All right,
think.
there
Okay, go ahead.
Can you see it now?
We can't see it now. Can you try to share it again?
Yeah. Whoops.
Oh, that's
Okay.
what's going on. No. Okay, so that is not. Hang on just one second.
We're working on it.
Those of us on Zoom can see it great.
Oh, interesting. It's not on our little screens here either, unfortunately.
Okay. That's the first thing that's worked really well on Zoom.
We've had a lot of interesting audio glitches. It's like we
Yeah.
all forgot, including the machines, how these meetings work.
Okay, I'm going to.
Thanks for bearing with it.
Okay.
We're gonna try. Nope.
We need the PowerPoint down here in order to share it
So,
to the audience.
could we move this to the
Yeah,
city manager's report and move on?
we're gonna have to.
Yeah, so that we could get to the
Yeah.
public comment period and the public hearings. Sorry about that, Kristen. If you could bring down the flash drive, but you can walk slow because you got some time.
Okay. Thanks.
Principal Panicani, can you just email that to my thing, or just email me the directory to where it's at, and then I can take care of it?
Okay. Thanks, Miles.
Thanks.
Thank you, Miles. All right, so next up we are moving on to the public comment period. I know we have a lot of folks here. This is for items that are not on the agenda. If you would like to make public comment, if you don't mind lining up on the side of the room and coming up when you're ready, we're ready for our first commenter.
Good evening. There's a little green lights on now. Nice to see you all back after your little hiatus. Hope you all got real refreshed. I just wanted to comment that during the absence, I noticed that some of you spent the time doing everything you could to make yourself look as good as possible, and I wanted to say that it had a positive effect on me in that I shaved and got a haircut. So I just wanted to acknowledge that you did more to probably beautify Eureka in that one fell swoop than you have in everything else you've tried. But anyway, so it has been a while. And I guess you were at a conference or something like that, a conference that it could have been attended by one instead of all. But, while you've been gone, people have been talking. And as you notice, there are more than 5 rabble-rousing troublemakers here tonight. You poked the bear. Your grant whoring is finally catching up with you. And people are upset with what you've been doing. And I'm hoping that tonight, for once, you listen to what people have to say, because we mean it.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening. My name is Patrick Cloney. I live in Eureka. Let's talk about the Jacobs Junior High property. The Jacobs property is up for sale. Well, why? Well, back in the day, Eureka City Schools had 8,000 students. Now enrollment is less than half of that at 3,600 students. Loss of a lot of families. The city of Eureka puts forth a hard purchase price of $2.8 million. The city looks at the cost of the land. Have not seen much conversation about the long-term benefits of increased housing and revitalizing a neighborhood and supporting the citizens of Eureka. Opportunities like this do not come along very often. The citizens of Eureka just stepped up big time for the good folks at City Hall and approved Measure H, a huge sales tax increase. Measure H, Eureka's new 1.25% sales tax, was projected to bring in $9.6 million per year. The existing 0.5% tax bringing in $3.8 million, with a 0.75% increase bringing in $5.8 million. With the need for so much housing and with such a huge tax and revenue increase, why isn't City Hall rising to the occasion on this opportunity for the residents of Eureka? Where is the money from this huge tax increase going? Well, a large portion of Eureka's budget is being sent to Sacramento each year for pension debt payments. $6.3 million in 2022, increasing to $7.2 million in 2025, further increasing to $8.4 million in 2029, with payments continuing until 2040. Councilmember Arroyo recently brought forth this nugget of information. Eureka is committed to a series of balloon payments on its pension debt payments for the next few years. So where are we? Huge tax and revenue increase for City Hall, but City Hall is not going to go over $2.8 million to buy a property that will have significant positive benefits for Eureka for many years, as it spends 10 times that amount, $28 million, on pension debt over just the next 4 years. For those keeping score at home, total spent on pension debt 2015 to 2022, total taken from funding current services 2015 to 2022, $34 million. In 4 years, that total will increase to $54 million, and by 2029, $86 million. Yet the City Hall puts a $2.8 million limit on its purchase price for the Jacobs Junior High property. Time for City Hall to address the needs of the people. The Jacobs Junior High property, put towards housing and other direct benefits for the citizens, will be of great value to the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Could we get this thing up somehow, maybe a little bit?
It doesn't have the.
Okay, it doesn't have to, doesn't need to. Well, I actually want to commend the mothers and the law enforcement that met today in Washington and addressed the fentanyl crisis. This is an issue that is very prevalent, the most imminent and pressing issue in our community, as a local judge called it. And there was a mother that is behind that effort, whose 25-year-old daughter overdosed from one pill that somebody gave her at a party for her back pain. And the sheriffs of the Western 12 states, and the president of that very same organization support her in that case. And it just points out that the fentanyl crisis in our midst needs to be addressed. We cannot encourage, we cannot condone, we cannot enable, we cannot prolong the drug addicts that rummage those streets and that take down this community one overdose at a time, one crime at a time, one act of vandalism at a time. Tourism is plummeting. We see empty storefronts all over the place. I drove through Old Town yesterday and it was nothing short of shocking to see twitching, tweaking tweakers all over the place, homeless encampments everywhere. If you think that the cruise ships will continue to come to Eureka, you got something coming. There's nothing left in Old Town that would attract anyone. I could name businesses, spool them down one after the other, that went belly up over the last couple of years, and you can't blame all that on COVID. If you look at the COVID response, 75,000 people died last year on fentanyl overdoses alone. That outnumbers any form of COVID deaths, including the vaccine fallout, and the response to COVID was so tremendous. And we see nothing from our leadership in order to rein in the fentanyl crisis. And the heroin addicts on the streets are just as much fentanyl addicts. The meth freaks on our streets are just as much fentanyl addicts. We read from busts that could wipe out the entire county with the amount of fentanyl that is being found, that is being recovered during those busts. So those that caused the crisis and partially benefited from it cannot offer the solution. And I can only encourage people to come out and step up, come to this city council meeting and voice their discontent, their disgust, their disapproval of the failed policies of this county and the mayor and the staff, this council and the mayor and the staff, because the crisis is real and you cannot argue with it. It is the most pressing issue. We have 75,000 people dying last year. That is more than we lost in 20 years Vietnam. That is more than we lost with the crack cocaine epidemic in the 80s and 90s. The outcry in the 80s and 90s was tremendous. Nowadays, it's all being brushed under the carpet for the sake of further grant money from the industry of miseries, the lowest hanging fruits of the industry of misery.
Very much.
Hello, my name is Deborah Ponton, and I don't live in the city of Eureka. I live in the outskirts, in the county area, at the bottom of Humboldt Hill, in a very sweet old mobile home park called Humboldt Bay Mobile Estates. In the last 2 months, we have had a colony of rats making its way through our mobile home park. We do have a little old lady hoarder who's lived in the park for many years, and we've had a few rats show up here and there, and, we've dealt with those, and, people, have a rat trap here and there. But recently, we're up to 55 and 65 rats that have been caught. I put pictures of some that were caught this morning by an exterminator company last week. They've been in the trap for a week because the exterminator company hasn't been able to get back out to remove them. There's flies everywhere and they stink. I spoke with Mr. Slattery today, and I am feeling that the rats are coming from the Elk River Restoration Project. And I put pictures in there that show how close we are to the Elk River Restoration Project. And when I spoke to Mr. Slattery today, it was actually more like an exchange. And I told him that I felt like the rats were coming from there, and he said that was my assumption, and that you have experts on the site every day, and they monitor. And I said, well, do they monitor at nighttime? Because rats are active at nighttime. So they may be coming at nighttime. He said you have biologists and tribal people for burial, something like that. He says they don't see any vermin leaving the site. I don't know if it's the project. What I suggest is that you get an expert on rats. Mr. Slattery says rats do not burrow. Well, the two most prevalent rats in California are Norway rats and roof rats, and Norway rats do burrow. And if their nests are destroyed, they will go look for a new place to live. And I have pictures, I said, where it shows you the proximity to the park. I show a mobile home. They're coming straight up this hill in our mobile home park. And I show you the pictures of the dead rats. So he asked what my suggestion was. And again, I suggest that you guys get an expert on rats who know rat behavior to see if that's where the rats are coming from. There are many elderly people in the park on restricted incomes, and they're trying to pay for extermination services on a very limited income. So it may be an unintended situation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's Ash Teeter. My wife lost her job to the city of Eureka's vax mandate almost a year ago now, and correct me if I'm wrong, I haven't seen any big announcements about you folks dropping it yet. I mean, I checked the employment postings and it still says required at the bottom there. President Biden, or the Resident Brandon, whichever you prefer, just said in a 60 Minutes interview that the pandemic is over. The CDC recently admitted that the entire response to the pandemic was a failure, and that they need to restructure to avoid a repeat if something should happen like that again. The CDC also changed the testing threshold recently for vaccinated individuals to 28 cycles versus 40 cycles for the unvaccinated, literally showing how easily manipulated these tests are. They now admit that the testing at the higher threshold yields an excess of false positives. What a solution. Manipulate the test to drop case counts for the vaccinated, showing how well the vax works, because the case counts are lower. Wow. Does anybody here remember hearing about SADS growing up, sudden adult death syndrome? I don't really remember that popping up until last year when the vaccines rolled out. Through a public records request, I found that the annual mortality in Humboldt County going back 15 years is generally around 1,200, with some years higher at 1,300 and some lower at 1,100. But last year, the year the vax came out, we were up in the mid 1,500s. That's like a 15% or so increase to the average of the last 15 years. I think that's significant. The city of Eureka's vax mandate is a failed policy. Your employees still get and spread COVID, and with every booster that you force on them, their chance for adverse reactions and even death increases. All over a virus with a 99.9% survivability rate. No one under 50 has died from COVID in Humboldt County. No one under 20 has been hospitalized for COVID in Humboldt County. We don't know if anyone under 50 has died from complications due to the vaccines because our medical institutions aren't tracking those kind of things. And they're not, tracking the testing for the vaccinated either. Let me see here. Yeah, that was said, during multiple Board of Supervisors meetings. And, it's a new technology. And there's also none of the approved vaccine in the community. Not a single shot that has been administered. They're still all using the emergency authorization stuff. So that's all I got. But the time's now. Drop it.
Thank you.
Hello. Before I get going, I wanted to make sure that I'm here to talk about the one-way street project over in Cutton.
That is so.
That's
Yeah, it's
later.
a good thing to
Okay.
ask about.
Thank
When it comes up, then we'll invite everybody to make comments. Thank you so much for asking.
Hello again. Greetings, council members. I pray you all have been able to reflect on some of the things I spoke over to you last month. My motivation for continuing to come here is because I know Jesus desires to speak to each of you, and I am grateful he has chosen me to bring forth his words to you. I want to tell you, I too was once lost, broken, and ignorant. I made choices using my own wisdom and understanding. Believe me when I tell you, I was a drug addict. I was an alcoholic. I was in and out of mental institutions, homeless, and even been in jail a few times. All the while, I was a scholar athlete, played professional basketball overseas, and earned 2 college degrees, yet I was still lost, broken, and ignorant. Today, because of Christ, I can say I am found. I don't have to make choices using my own wisdom and understanding. Because of Jesus, I am 10 plus years free from drugs, alcohol, mental illness, committing crime, and ignorance. Today I live for him, and he has restored my soul. I will tell you, my ignorance was because I ignored Jesus. I rejected his teachings and lived for myself. I never really thought about the price he paid for my freedom. Some of you may be saying to yourself, I can't relate because I never had those problems. Well, that's okay. You may not have had the same problems I had, but if you are still living your lives in ignorance, you got yourself a problem that I had. A problem that has a Jesus solution. The Bible says we all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So none of us are without sin. But it's not too late. Today is the day of salvation. The time is fulfilled and the kingdom of God is at hand. I encourage you all to repent and believe in the gospel of Jesus Christ. Jesus not only has your solutions, he is the solution. Then Jesus said, I came into this world for judgment, to separate those who believe in me from those who reject me, to declare judgment on those who choose to be separated from God, so that the sightless would see and those who see would become blind. I will end with one of my favorite quotes. It is always night to a blind man, and it is always day to the man who has a lantern, provided he can see. Glory be unto the Lord God, now and forevermore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello again. I'm glad that I have the right to be in this building. The last time I was told that I did not have the right to be in this building. Anyways, so it's mind-blowing how this quaxine drug that's in circulation right now has not been pulled off the shelves because there's one guy who's sitting back there. His wife is constantly experiencing problems. It sounds like some sort of system shock, like sepsis or something, where, you know, they're removing organs and stuff. And then I knew one person who couldn't retain water and was in the hospital. If they were by themselves, they would have just died, right? So one person couldn't retain water. One person had a nervous system disorder and couldn't stand for periods of time. This person was working for engineering job. And yet we see people who promote this ignorance, who force people to take this injection, who honestly don't know what the hell they're talking about, because Pfizer has requested that the courts have their data sealed for like the next 50 years. And then they say, oh, it's safe and effective. That's your opinion. Yeah, that's an opinion that you're stating as a fact. Okay? So that bothers me. So we don't really know. And then my personal favorite, the COVID coordinator, Ashish Yah, under Lord Brandon, our Lord and Master who controls our every thought, right? He says that you have to take Paxlovid, which is an HIV medication, after you take an injection. And I'm like, what? Why are we taking antiviral drugs, which is an HIV medication, after you take an injection? That's not how it works. Like for the influenza vaccine, you don't take antivirals. That doesn't make sense. There's no logic. Oh, my personal favorite, 2021, the flu statistics for the whole nation, out of the state of Tennessee, 2 people caught the flu. Humboldt County, 2 people got the flu. Amazing. Like, nobody caught the flu in the year 2021. Everyone got COVID. So that's fascinating. Anyways, is there some sort of fraud going on there? Well, the Alameda County says that 25% of their fatalities weren't really COVID. And you could say, oh, wow, that's a pretty diverse population. That seems to reflect something. So you could say, who knows, 25% could be false cases. Let's see. The CDC said 10% didn't die. And I'm like, who gets it wrong like 10% of the time? And we still listen to them. So.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, City Manager, and everybody else. I'd like to say I really appreciate those people that were up here with the presentation about picking up the trash, all the organizations. I noticed they didn't mention how many needles they found, and I'm guessing quite a few. Could you imagine what it'd be like without those people cleaning up this county? It would be absolutely terrible. So I was about an hour earlier to this meeting, so I drove around Old Town to kill time, and I seen about 3 people nodding off on heroin. I mean, in absolute misery. Their lives are just down in the tubes. I mean, they need some help. I mean, sitting down there with no hope except for their next time they shoot up so they can get high for a little while. It's terrible. And actually seen a fight by the Chevron that's next to the courthouse market. Seen a guy assault another guy. I don't know what it was about. I know one guy was working in a business there and the guy assaulted him, and then the police came and they escorted the guy out of the courthouse market, and then he spit on a guy that had nothing to do with it. He just called him a name and right in his face, and the cops are like, really, dude? And the guy's like, yeah. So they put him in the car and took him away. I was, really impressed with the officers. They did a very good job, very professional, and I mean, they were there like that. I think we need some bicycle cops going around Old Town, and where are like social service workers? I mean, like the people nodding off on heroin, I mean, somebody's got to go to their assistance. You can't just leave them sitting there like that. They got to come, at least offer them some way out, I mean, when you're doing that when you're nodding off, I mean, you don't know if somebody's going to die. You don't know how much they took. Right there, they're getting ready to die, though, sitting there nodding off. Where are the people that are concerned about it? And the last thing is, I know people were here for the one-way street thing. That's a bad idea, doing that. That's a terrible idea. I seen where there was always already...
This isn't the time for that now.
Okay,
Yeah,
forget
sorry.
that. I think more people ought to show up about the needle litter and the crime and the boarded up businesses instead of other things. And I'd like to invite them to do just that. Unless they like what they see when they drive through Eureka, they should really come here and speak out. And one more thing, I'd like to urge somebody, I don't care which council member, I think you should go to schools like 7th, 8th grade and high school and let people know about this opioid crisis with the pills that are coming through they're made to look like they're prescription pills, and they contain fentanyl. One pill can kill your kid. I think some awareness in the schools would be a good job for a council member, just to maybe go visit a school, talk about it, and tell the kids, tell them what could happen if they take a pill, because it's going to happen here more and more, and people already have died from it. I just think that's a good idea for you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Good evening. I brought a book with me tonight. I wanted to share with you guys. I don't know if any of you have ever seen this book before. It's by a local native elder, Josephine Peters. And the reason I brought it was because it's a great resource for us here in Humboldt County about health and wellness. And I also wanted to show the contrast between the policies that this council has laid out and those of the native people that you so often make lengthy and flattering proclamations with your word and your token policies. But, however, you are leaving a devastating legacy for yourselves, because nowhere in this book does it show that needles are a healthy tool. In fact, the local native elder has had 2 of her remedies sought after and highlighted and proven by San Francisco University. And a lot of people move here to be surrounded in our beautiful creation, not needles. I've personally observed the Humboldt County community standing up, speaking out to this small group of people for over a year about lawful issues and problems, from needle programs to Hatcher to COVID entrepreneurs and homeowners, realtors, renters, homeless people. It doesn't matter. It doesn't seem like you really care what any of us are talking about. It is obvious that you determine your policies based on the highest bidder. You have chosen to ignore the people's voice in opposition to your policies, and yet when you stand here and pledge allegiance to America, it seems like your allegiance is to the corporate government that is destroying this state, our country, and the world under the threat of that very tyranny. The decisions you all make publicly and privately have affected the children and adults of our community here forever. The Constitution of the United States is never suspended, and instilling fear is a crime, and it is punishable by law, and that is what this affidavit that I've brought here tonight for you. Who will please accept this for me? Will you? Thank you. I just can't encourage you enough to really look at this book. This is true health and wellness, not your needles, not your COVID policies, not your Hatcher program, letting drug addicts do whatever they want and being wherever they want to. I worked at a school in the morning. I was the first one to show up. I had to deal with these people. It's not fair to your daughters, your sisters, your grandmas, your mothers, and even the men and the children that have to show up. So I see there's fences all over Eureka, and that's how you decide to deal with it. But, this is your vaccine, you guys. This is your vaccine. All of these issues we need to keep on with California. We cannot let a few people make our health decisions for us. That's not happening. You will be accountable. You don't get to make these decisions and force us into health choices. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Do we have any other public comment? Do we have any on? Okay.
Smile, Miles. Makes the day go better. Mayor, Council, as all of you know, Hatcher's moved out of Eureka. and to Arcata, which I'm glad they did. However, they're still in Eureka distributing needles without referrals. They're handing out these syringes like candy. They're down under the bridge at Samoa Bridge on Tuesdays. They're down by the free meal in Old Town, handing out these syringes like I said, like candy. I think it's time that the council brought back their ordinance on the needle exchange program and put a stop to the exchange of needles and syringes in Eureka. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any more public comment in the House? If not, do we have any on Zoom?
Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment on public comment.
All right. Seeing none, I will close public comment and we will move on to public hearings. And I would like to invite Principal Planner Getz to make the presentation for the North Coast Casino Card Room. And this public hearing, we're going to be approving two parts. The hearing will be approved in two parts, or not approved in two. Well, not approved in one part. So. Are you ready, Principal Planner Getz?
I was waiting for my PowerPoint.
Oh.
There it is. Okay. So, good evening, Mayor and Council. Before you tonight is an application for a card room. There are either one or two main questions for you to decide. First, will you approve the proposed location? And if you do, then second, will you approve a card room permit for North Coast Casino? If you would choose not to approve the location, then the question of whether to issue the permit is moot. So let's talk about the location first. Card room regulations are contained in the Eureka Municipal Code starting at section 113.30, which provides a definition of a card room. The code also designates a card room district, which is between 2nd and 4th Streets and B to I Streets. Permits to operate card rooms within the district can be issued without a public hearing. However, if a card room is proposed outside the district, as this one is, then a public hearing before council is required. When located outside of the card room district, the code also requires a card room use be principally permitted in the zone district in which it's proposed. Since the inland zoning code has more general categories now as opposed to specific uses, staff believes operation of a card room at 26 5th Street in downtown West Zone District would have characteristics and impacts that are similar to operation of a bar, a retail use, a restaurant, a service use, or an assembly use. So let's talk about the permit. In order to issue a card room permit, a background check of the applicant and inspection of the location must be completed by the police chief. The chief then prepares a report, including a recommendation of approval or disapproval for the card room permit, and transmits the report to the city manager, who in this case accepted the chief's recommendation to approve the permit and had no additional comments. Staff is recommending you hold a public hearing and then either deny the location of the card room outside the card room district, and you would be done, or You could adopt a resolution to allow the card room to be located outside of the card room district at 26 Fifth Street, and also approve issuance of a card room permit for North Coast Casino. I'm happy to answer any questions I can, and I have a suggested motion whenever you're ready.
All right, does council have any questions for Principal Planner Getz? Councilmember Castellano.
Thank you for the presentation. This may be a question for Chief Jarvis. We'll see. I'm just kind of curious to understand the kind of impacts on calls for service that a card room may have or may have had in the past.
I would like to defer that to the chief, please.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Todd Jarvis, Interim Chief of Police. That's a good question. And having not been a member of the Eureka Police Department when this venue was last in place, I can't answer that. I can tell you my experience from another city I policed where there were times that it was a drain on services.
Oh, can I ask, is your mic on? I just want to make sure.
The green light's on.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure. Sometimes
Thank
I
you.
can't tell.
So I do anticipate that there would be some level of response needed at some times. My experience has been there are criminal acts that can occur in or around if they don't have ample security. Been everything from takedown robberies to human trafficking, drug trafficking. Things can happen in there. It's really incumbent upon the permittee to take serious the security that's required there. Otherwise, it does become a burden on the local police department.
And then maybe I have a follow-up question. If we were, to go forward, how might the permit be revoked if there were an additional calls for service or, kind of?
I think I'm going to defer to the city attorney on that one.
Yes, Councilmember Castellano, the Eureka Municipal Code does have provisions for revocation of the permit if there are violations of permit requirements or if there are issues with the card room itself. So obviously we'd, be keeping an eye on that and be prepared to revoke if necessary. And we do have that authority.
Thank you. Is that it? I just want to know, want you to know, Councilmember Arroyo, I cannot see you on the screen, so, okay.
You know I have my hand up.
I just sensed it, so go ahead.
You sensed correctly. I had two questions. So the first was, how long was the North Coast Card Room open, or North Coast Casino Card Room open previously? I know that in my time on the council, I don't think it was open, but do we know for how many years it was in operation?
So I believe that the North Coast Casino, who is the applicant this evening, has not operated a card room within the city limits, at least to my knowledge. At this particular location, there has been a card room operation before, and I believe that was in 2007-ish.
Okay, so it's the same location, but not the same entity.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then, so it's been a while since there's been one there, so we may not have a lot of information about what the impacts were. But my other question was about, I was reading an article about card rooms not very long ago, and about how in some cities, especially larger metropolitan areas, there's pretty significant amount of revenue that can help offset some of those impacts in the form of gaming taxes. Do we have a gaming tax?
We do not, no.
Okay. All right, no further questions at this time.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bauer, did you start to have your question?
Councilmember Arroyo asked the question. I just want to clarify, there's really no financial benefit to the city to have a card room. I mean, that seems like without a tax, what benefit does it provide?
I think I'd be subjective on this, but from a tax perspective and revenue to the city, it's very limited. If they sell soda pop and chips and stuff like that, that tax revenue comes to the city. The one benefit is that it would be a vacant building, as it's been for a very long time. As far as generating revenue for the city, it's really limited. We don't have a gambling tax, and we don't make any money off of winnings or earnings or income tax for folks that do win. So,
all right. I just want to check on Councilmember Brigel before I go back to Councilmember Castellano.
Just a follow-up question related to a gaming tax. Is that something that would go to the voters, or is that something that could be implemented by council?
Councilmember Castellano, that is a good question, and I have to admit that I don't know the answer to that. I could certainly come back to you with that information at a later time.
All right. Any other questions from council? Seeing none, I will go ahead and open this public hearing. Is there anybody here who would like to speak on this issue?
You know me, I'll speak on anything. Two things that struck me the most was, so this is apparently someone wanted to open a private business to make a living, I suppose. And the main concern seems to be whether or not the city will make money off it. I'm pretty sure that people don't open businesses to benefit the city. They open businesses to benefit themselves. And I think maybe you should keep that in mind. The other thing is any potential increase in service calls from the police department. We've heard plenty of testimony from both the city manager and the police chief about how effective these lot cops are, these Big Brother poles. So I would suggest if you get a few extra calls, why just put up one of the poles right there in the parking lot of the card shop, and it would solve the problem. So there's the two issues that I think y'all ought to keep in mind. So,
thank you very much. So the public hearing remains open until, is there anybody on Zoom? All right.
Althea?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make a recommendation to the council or the city staff or the police chief. If you want to hear some really interesting stories about card rooms in Eureka, go down to Rocky's Barber Shop and ask Rocky about the S&K card room that used to be next door. You will be very entertained, but also gain some historic knowledge.
Thank you very much. Do we have anybody else on Zoom who would like to make a comment on this public hearing? No. All right. I will close it and I will bring it back to council for discussion. Councilmember Brigel.
I'm just curious. I thought that maybe the applicant might have been on Zoom. Is the applicant with us?
Principal Planner Getz, do you know if she's planning to be here?
I do not know.
Okay. Doesn't look like it.
Doesn't look like it. Thank you.
All right. Any other comments or discussion, a motion or direction or? I can't see you, Councilmember Arroyo, so speak up if you have anything to say or to add.
Sure, I'll jump in. I'm not feeling ready to make a motion. I'd like to hear what others think, but I do, have some concerns. This isn't a type of business that we have a lot of in town. I don't have a history on the council with there being active card rooms in the city, but gambling is not an activity that I particularly am in support of, particularly in city limits. I think there are some instances where gaming is a revenue stream that's really important, but I think it's an potentially addictive behavior, and so we do a lot to try to curb. I would say, to the best of our ability, problematic behaviors in the city that could result in people's ruin. Sometimes we don't have control over it, as many people just heard throughout all of our comments already tonight. But, you know, when we do have control over something like this, I think we should think carefully about it. And then I also, you know that some card rooms generate more calls for service in other communities. And I've researched this in other communities, but they're quite different from Eureka. So, you know, I guess I have some hesitation around it, but I'd like to hear what others think. I also know that this has historically been a card room. People might be really familiar with that activity there, and maybe it's not, you know, such a big deal to continue that or to resume that at that location. I would just like to see us think carefully about, you know, the addictive aspect of gambling.
Thank you very much. Does anybody want to follow that? Okay. Councilmember Moulton?
I just want to clarify, if this were inside the card room zone, would we need to approve that individually for a permit anyway?
No, you would not.
So a card room...
there would not be a public hearing. There would be the background by the police chief and the report to the city manager. But other than that, no.
So we do have a whole section of the city where someone could come in and open a card room without the council being involved at all.
Correct.
Thank you.
I'm actually not sure if that's 100% accurate. The recommendation to the city manager from the police chief, I think, still does come to the council. That might be something that we need to clarify. My understanding is that while you're being asked to approve two things today, you would still be asked to approve one thing if it was a card room within the zone where the card rooms are allowed. It would be, if you wouldn't mind giving us a minute just to clarify this, I think it's a really important point that council would be involved regardless, but here we have this two-prong where we're trying to decide first whether or not we want to allow it outside of the card room zone as a threshold question, and then if the answer to that is yes, this permit itself. Do we want to approve the permit itself?
So, City Attorney Luna is correct. I was wrong. The investigation would still occur with the police chief. It would just not be a public hearing that was before council, but council would still have the opportunity to determine whether or not to issue the permit within the card room district. So I apologize for that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Getz, for having the code handy, though, to double check on that. I appreciate it.
All right. Any other? Councilmember Bauer?
No, I think it sounds like from what Chief Jarvis says, you know, that in a lot of situations it leads to more calls for service. And as we all know, you know, having a not being fully staffed in our current capacity, our police force, it just doesn't seem like a good idea to me. That's my opinion, that we've got enough to do, and our police force has enough to do, that at this time, you know, I don't see a lot of benefits for the city to do such a thing. So I'm likely to say I guess I'll make the motion if we can put up the motion for denial.
Okay, yeah, after we have.
Okay.
So I will just say that I think the motion you're trying to make is about not allowing the card room outside of the location that is considered the card room district. So that's the threshold question, and you're making a motion to disallow. Is that correct?
So moved.
Okay.
So we either need a second.
No.
Do we have a second on that item there?
I'll second to comment.
Okay. And then now we can have discussion.
Okay, thank you. So frankly, I'm very disappointed that the business owner isn't here to speak for themselves. That I think that speaks volumes to, and you know, maybe they're sick, but it seems like they would at least reach out to us and let us know what's going on. So that's very disappointing. I too, I'm curious if they're not here to ask, but I'm curious if they looked at any of the area that the card rooms are already permitted. Does anybody know that? Or did they just choose this building? Nobody knows because they weren't here. Okay. And then I do have concerns about the addiction portion. I feel like we have several casinos here locally where people can go gamble, people can go play cards. I don't know if it's the right fit for our city either at this point.
A point of order. Have we had a second?
Yeah, Kim seconded and then
Thank you.
discussion. So we're still in discussion. Does anybody else have a comment about this? Councilmember Castellano?
Sure. I'm also hesitant to allow a card room, in particular when what I understand it to be would be more a tax on our citizenry than a benefit in terms of addiction, in terms of calls for service. I would be open to seeing if, similar as, our cannabis industry, right? I mean, I'm not saying that card rooms are in and of themselves a terrible industry, but we've realized that there needs to be a benefit to the people who live here if we're going to allow certain industries. And in particular, maybe it's not even a great comparison. Anyway, but I think that I could see more. I would be more amenable to the idea if there was something to offset the costs to the community.
All right, Councilmember Moulton.
I don't know if I'm comfortable drawing a line at gambling when addictive things like alcohol and tobacco are sold inside the city limits and all around pretty regularly. It's not against the law to do this sort of thing, presuming that we make this particular exception. And it is currently a blighted building. It is currently an empty building that has historically been a card room before. I don't know if I'm comfortable drawing a line at gambling, especially on such a small scale, just for this.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Royal.
Yeah, I will. I'm sorry, Mayor. Can I just jump in for a second?
Yes.
I apologize.
Councilmember, hold on just a second, Natalie.
I apologize. I want to make sure that we understand that right now the question is not whether or not we want to allow card rooms in the city at all, because that's allowed under the municipal code. We really are just talking about whether or not we're going to allow this card room outside of the zone. So I think that should be kept in mind.
All right, Councilmember Arroyo.
You stole the clarifying question from my mouth. That was just what I was about to ask. Was clarifying kind of what we're discussing at this moment in time, and I guess after thinking through the fact that we do have a card room district, and it's so close to the existing location, and because it was historically a card room, I'm kind of leaning towards allowing it. This isn't something that I, frankly, when we were going through so many of our major planning documents a few years ago and setting forth plans for different districts and different activities that could happen within them, I didn't really hone in on the card room piece as much as I probably should have. So now that it's coming up, I'm realizing I have thoughts about what would be best for the city there, but I think what we're being asked to decide is really whether an already allowed use can happen a couple blocks from where it's permitted or permissible. So on that one, I would say I'm willing to be flexible. It does make me, it opens up some questions for me about what businesses like this have to do to educate people about how to recover from addiction. We don't have control over any of the processes regarding gaming outside of city limits that we're talking about locally. So what we really do have control of is, what we allow to proceed. But I did, in reading that article that I referenced earlier, it was also talking about, and granted this was a statement from like a gaming advocacy organization, but they were talking about how folks who work in card rooms often make above a living wage. And so that was worth thinking about as well. So yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards it because it is an allowed use in the city, and because of the things Katie Moulton mentioned, that it's blighted and hasn't been used in some time. So anyway.
Okay, well, we have a motion and we have a second. Has everybody said what they, Councilmember Burgell? Yeah.
So I'm just curious because, you know, Councilmember Castellano had brought up this comparison with the cannabis business. Cannabis businesses have to have a lot of different hoops to jump through to make sure that they are contributing to the community and all of these different things. And I'm curious, does this type of business have any of those procedures in place, or is this just something, am I off topic? Is this the next conversation?
No, I think that's a good question. I think that the municipal code does contemplate that once the permit is approved, if the permit is approved, then there's still involvement by the city to do backgrounds on the people that are working there, and there's still involvement. This particular code section is pretty old. It hasn't been updated in a while, and so I don't think there's quite the hoops to jump through, but certainly it isn't just approved permit and, you know, hands off after that. There are still additional involvement from the city. So,
and I'll add to that as a part of EPD's due diligence, they did go out and visit the site and look at things at the site. So there was an inspection of the property.
Councilmember Castellano.
Sorry, this is a follow-up question. You know, I thought the code was old, you know, looking at the fees, which are $25 and $50, I believe, which, you know, I assumed hadn't been updated in many years. This is maybe a bit of a point of order sort of question. Would it be possible to kind of propose a counter motion that involved updating the code and then revisiting this at a later date?
No.
Okay.
Sorry. I don't think that's appropriate. I mean, we have an applicant here who has gone through and done all of the things required by our current code. And so I think tonight you need to make a decision about, you know, whether you're going to allow it outside the zone. And if you are, then whether or not this permit gets approved. Down the road, if you want to talk about updating ordinances, I think that's a great topic and we should do that. But I don't think it's appropriate to change the code in mid-application. And that's generally speaking, by the way.
Can I ask either Pam or Autumn, would somebody read back the motion? And I want to make sure, is the motion on the first part, which is excluding or not going outside the zone, or is it on the card rooms in general? I just wanted to make sure.
The current motion reads deny permit for card room outside card room district.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified, since we did kind of go off on to the other discussion. All right, so we have a motion, we have a second, and Councilmember Burgell.
So there was a lot of confusion happening at the time I asked. Do we know if the applicant was looking in the card room district at all for another location? Or, you know, for something in that district?
I don't know if the applicant looked within the card room district. I do know that they looked at this location and one other one outside of the card room district.
Okay. All right. Are we ready to vote? Okay, I'll call vote.
So this is a motion to deny.
Motion to deny moving outside.
No from me.
Thank you, Councilmember Arroyo.
Councilmember Moulton, no. Councilmember Burgell, no. Councilmember Bauer, yes. Councilmember Castellano, yes. Councilmember Arroyo, yes. Motion carries.
No, Councilmember Arroyo is no.
No. Motion denied. Can't see it up there.
So it's the blight.
Motion denied, which means we need another motion to approve it going outside the authorized zone. Does somebody want to make that motion, please? Councilmember Arroyo.
I'll do it, and not because I'm enthusiastic about this, but because we're talking about whether we're allowing something a couple blocks from a district that, because of what I already said. So I move to approve the operation of a card room outside of the card room district. Can I do these both at once?
Yes.
Yes, you can.
You did one.
And approve a card room permit for North Coast Casino. I'd like to add to that we request that this be revisited in our ordinances at a future meeting as soon as practicable for staff.
All right. So, but the motion is to adopt the resolution and approve the issuance, and then the remainder was direction, right?
All right, the actual motion is I move the city council adopt a resolution allowing the card room to be located outside of the card room district at 26 Fifth Street and approve issuance of a card room permit for North Coast Casino. And Councilmember Arroyo can see that on her screen, so.
All right.
I could not, thank you. So I'll accept that amendment.
Thank you very much.
And I will second on the basis of the location to the other card district as well as this elimination of blight.
All right.
I'm not enthusiastic either.
We have a motion. We have a second. Are we ready to vote again?
Councilmember Arroyo?
Aye.
Councilmember, let's see, we have 3 yes votes. Councilmember Bauer and Castellano dissenting. Motion carries.
Thank you very much. All right. Now we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Thank you for those of you who are waiting for the consent calendar. I would like to pull F9, and I understand Councilmember Moulton like to pull F7. All right. So we will start with F7, and that is the Chief of Police at-will employment agreement. So Councilmember Moulton, is there a question you had or something you wanted to?
Just that when we brought the interim chief in, there was a lot of discussion about potential candidates and that this candidate was only a temporary solution and now moving from temporary into permanent. I thought it was an appropriate time to talk about the work happening in the department and the leadership of the interim chief and how that's going and why the decision to offer the job to him in particular.
Thank you, Councilmember Moulton. I don't know if it's a point of order, but don't we typically approve the remaining of the consent, or we do that after?
You're right. We are supposed to do that first.
So moved.
It's been a month, you know. Thank you, Councilmember.
Second.
And Councilmember Bauer, Burgell, and then Bauer. Everybody vote, please.
Aye.
All right. Thank you very much.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
Okay. City Manager Slattery.
Thank you, Mayor. So as Councilmember Moulton alluded to, this was initially intended to be an interim assignment. It basically turned into about a 9-month interview process. There were a lot of decisions and a lot of actions that were made by the interim police chief that really made myself, EPD staff, and the community comfortable with our interim chief. Mainly after the investigation that we just went through, the response to the community-based organizations, the transparency, the ability to work with the community and have those hard discussions that need to happen. I think we're really critical in at least my decision as far as wanting to appoint him. I would also say that interim chief Jarvis's, potentially the last time we say that, input into the citizen oversight on police policy board, our community oversight board, was really impressive. What he brought to the city in the time that we are at and with public safety here locally was really impressive. very much appreciated by myself, the assistant city manager, and I think the city attorney as well when we developed that ordinance and the guidelines and the procedures involved in that oversight board. Furthermore, his appreciation of the area. I think that I'd like him to come up and talk about that, but I was surprised with his appreciation. I shouldn't say that. I thought he was more of a city boy, I would say. He really appreciates the area, and I think that he's dedicated. I think that he's found the staff at EPD to be very dedicated, and I appreciate that. And I think that his dedication to his staff and the city has been transparent through the time that he's been here. But it would be great to have Interim Chief Todd Jarvis to come up and speak
I got
a little
one
bit.
more in.
Last one.
Green lights on.
Thank you very much.
Mayor, council, Mr. City Manager, and staff. One point of clarification, I've never lived until Eureka in the jurisdiction where I've policed. So I worked in the city, but I always lived in the country and wore my cowboy boots to go surfing. So wouldn't call myself a city boy. I came up here with the intention, as you all know, of this being an interim job for me to step away from retirement. That I was getting a little bored, but I was still getting pretty good at retirement. And I always believe that law enforcement is a calling, it's not a job. And at the right time, I'm a man of faith, and I got a call to come to Eureka, and I didn't know why. And I came here, as you know, sight unseen. And what I found was a very welcoming leadership staff in the city, the community. I've had hundreds of people come up and welcome me to the community. I have great new neighbors that I really enjoy. The sheriff, the other police chiefs in the region have been very welcoming and supportive. But the people back here, the men and women of this police department who took me in from day one as family. And they're here tonight on their own time to support me, I hope, unless they come up to speak otherwise, in which case I'll fire them with my last act. I truly appreciate them, and we are very blessed in this city to have such a dedicated group of people. So I was very fortunate to work for a very progressive and professional police department for a long time. I had a lot of great mentors and a lot of people who put energy into me and teaching me. And so I still want to give back. And I appreciate the opportunity to come to you tonight and ask to stay. I want to give back. I want to share the lessons I learned. I want to share some of the things I did wrong so that they don't have to repeat it. I have the support of my loved ones, my family, and that's important to me as well. But one thing I never want to do as a professional is to walk away from a job that's half finished, and I never want to walk away from my family. So I'm not ready to walk away from this family and from this family, and I have work to do here. We've done a lot of good, but there are still things to be done, and as recently as today, the command staff, we spent all day in session 3 of our strategic planning and coming up with a immediate and a 2-year and a 5-year strategic plan that ties in with the city's strategic plan. How do we move this police department forward? So there's very definitely, this is a young person's job, and I don't want to work forever. But I want to commit to you that you have people in this organization that are the next generation of leaders. They're raring to go. I would like to spend a little more time getting them prepared, sharing with them, sharing the things that I've been able to learn, and then, quite frankly, I want to get out of their way and let them lead on and take it to the next level. And I'd appreciate that opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does anybody have anything else they want to add or say to Interim Chief Jarvis? Councilmember Bauer.
I just want to thank you. I feel like your professionalism, your demeanor. I mean, I feel like you're easy to talk to, and I think you have the respect of the force. I hope it seems like you do. It's been a tough few years, I think, for EPD, and I feel like we're rebuilding, we're going to be better. And I feel like you could provide the leadership to do that. So I thank you for wanting to stay and
Well, it's
help
an
us
honor
out.
to even be considered. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councilmember Moulton.
Thank you, Interim Chief, for answering my questions and for clarifying. I thought the public should get the opportunity to hear in your own words your dedication to not only protecting the peace, but being a public servant, being a steward in our community. And I think I appreciate your all of your efforts, and especially helping instill the necessity of transparency in the police department. It's such an important job, such a vital job for our community, and I really believe that transparency and accountability are such a huge part of that. And I'm grateful to hear you, saying that at the same time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Arroyo.
I want to add some thoughts as well, but I'm also going to be a unfun stickler and ask if we need to take public comment on this before we proceed with comments.
I was going to call public comment on this one, yeah.
Okay, I will. I'll hold my additional thoughts.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anybody here who would like to make a public comment on this item?
You know I will. I just have to say, as an old ex-outlaw, welcome, Chief Jarvis.
All right. Any other public comment? If not, I will bring it back for a motion or comment. We'll start with Councilmember Royal.
Thank you. Well, I'd be honored to make the motion let me get the correct framing up here, to approve the appointment of Todd Jarvis to Chief of Police and authorize the city manager to execute an employment agreement.
I'll second that.
And may I add another comment?
Sure.
Okay. I just also wanted to add, my voice to the chorus of people appreciating you, Chief Jarvis, or soon to be, I think, Chief Jarvis. And I wanted to say I really appreciate how much you and the police force are out at community events and just present and accessible. I know it's a little hard to compare, periods of time because COVID impacted a lot of things, but I do appreciate so much seeing you out and about. I think your work ethic is really strong, and that is clear to the community, and I believe clear within your department. So thank you for that. And I'm always appreciative when other people see the gem that Eureka is, and I think you see that. And, we also see that there's work to do, but that is special that you really see and appreciate what's unique about this place. So thank you for that, and I hope that you continue to feel that way. And please know that you have my support, and I look forward to continuing to work with you with a new hat on, with my new hat on, and your new hat on. So thank you very much.
Right on. So we have a motion. We have a second. Can we all vote now? Oh, Councilmember. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a very subtle hand. Sorry. Councilmember Castellano.
I look forward to working with you and getting to know you better, and continuing to just build capacity within EPD. And I just want to appreciate everyone at EPD who's here and who couldn't be here, for just a sense of really engaging with the city that I sense from this force, from this group of people, and engaging and a curiosity about kind of the diversity within Eureka. So I appreciate that.
All right. I think now we're ready to vote.
Councilmember. Oh.
I think you know how I feel, but I would be remiss in not saying something. I'm really grateful that you've decided to stay on. And talking with members of the force, there is so much respect for you, and I love what you're bringing forward to our community and to the force. and I look forward to a lot of great years ahead. And I love that you're saying you're a short timer, and that we're going to develop some other people locally to move forward in that position eventually. So thanks for that.
And it looks like everybody has voted. So
Councilmember Arroyo?
Councilmember Arroyo?
Heck yeah.
And I am honored to be the first person then to say welcome, Chief Jarvis. So happy to be looking forward to working with you for the remainder of my term and then as a citizen. So.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
All right, we have one more item on the consent calendar and then we'll take a break. We have one more. Okay, go ahead. It's going to be just a minute. All right. So the Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation Memorandum of Agreement. I would like to invite the Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation brand new executive director up to introduce himself because I don't think everybody on council knows him, and to talk a little bit about how he is looking forward to a very productive and great relationship with the city.
Thank you, Mayor and council members. My name is David Reed. I live at 2831 R Street in Eureka, proudly about 8 blocks from the Sequoia Park Zoo. I would just like you all to know that my president and chair just bailed on me. So I'm not going to say his part. I am so excited to be the new leader of the Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation. I want to thank the city. I want to thank the city manager's office, Donna Wood, the city attorney, for all the hard work in getting this MOA out. It was not a very easy process, but the next one will be easier. I am faithful of that. And I really want to thank Jim Campbell-Spickler and all the staff at the zoo, city staff, for being a really great team. If you were at the mixer, the Eureka Chamber mixer there, you saw a seamless team of nonprofit employees and city employees working together to show off this gem that we have in the middle of Eureka. For those of you who don't know, the Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation has been a nonprofit partner to the city of Eureka and the Sequoia Park Zoo since 2004. And all those gems that people come to see, whether they're my kids or they're people coming from Pasadena, by the way, this morning to feed red pandas, flew up here to feed red pandas and be on the skywalk. We're helped by donors that came through Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation. I am so excited for the next chapters. Bear and coyotes habitat will be open. We say November. May not be bears there, but it will be open. And then the next big thing, and Susan, now that you'll be a civilian, you can help. The Coast Redwood Exploration Center, which is going to be the most amazing museum / activity center / kids place / place for science / place for meat. And it's going to be right smack dab in the middle of the zoo. So it's very exciting. We just need to find lots and lots of money. That's all. But that's my job. Thank you all, and thank you, City Manager's Office and Donna Wood and all the rest for making this MOA happen. And
thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for sticking around so that you could show your face to everybody. I think it's important. We know who's out there making that money for us. So, all right, now we're going to take a break. Thanks. Oh, wait. Do we have to vote on it? We do have to vote on the MOA. Sorry.
We and public comment.
And public comment. Does anybody have public comment on this item? It does not look like we have any public comment on it.
I'll make the motion.
Thank you very much.
I move to adopt a new memorandum of agreement with the nonprofit Sequoia Park Zoo Foundation support organization for the benefit of Sequoia Park Zoo.
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? We're ready to vote. All right.
Councilmember Arroyo?
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
All right. Before we go on break, I just want you to know that we're going to move item H3 up to the top. So we'll come back and we'll talk about the Dolbyer versus NW couplet first thing. But we're going to break for 5-10 minutes. several people here who are here to talk about the Dolbyer W Street couplet project. So I'm going to move that up to the front of the ordinances and resolutions. I would also like to, before we start this, just sort of give a little background on how things end up on the agenda and the process, because I've been noticing that there are a lot of people who've been distraught that the resolution is actually in the board packet. But if you'll notice, the resolution is also in the board packet for the coastal signs text, and the ordinance is already written for the ordinance that we're looking at. And that's just how we do the business. It doesn't mean it's approved. That means that if council decides to approve it, then it's all ready to go. At this point, council will listen, discuss. They can approve, they cannot approve, they can decide to provide different direction. So I just want it to be clear that just because that is in the agenda does not mean that any decisions have been made. There are a number of ways things can come onto the agenda. Some of it is staff directed. Some staff recognize things that are part of the city council's vision, and then they work on projects. Maybe they'll bring it to staff. Maybe things are brought up because of circumstances. Maybe somebody from council brings it onto the agenda. This is coming to us from staff to discuss. And if you are ever interested in learning more about how things get on the agenda, feel free to reach out and talk to City Clerk Powell, who can tell you everything. I'm happy to talk to you, but if you want the expert, you will go to City Clerk Powell, Assistant City Manager Powell, but she does many jobs here. And with that, I am going to invite Scott Elsmore, our Transportation and Special Projects Manager, to provide the staff report on this discussion.
Good evening, Council. Can you all hear me?
We can.
Perfect. Give me a second here. I'm going to share screen and let's see what I can do. Can you see that?
We see a black screen. There we go. Now we could see it. It is not a slideshow yet, but it is your PowerPoint. There you go.
Perfect. There we go. Okay, there we go. Great. Good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. Before we get started, I just wanted to say this is the Dolbyer W Couplet project is a unique and interesting project with lots of public interest, lots of public feedback, and it's really good to get to see people get involved with these types of projects, whether they're for or against it. So we see a lot of interest in it, so we're excited about people being interested in transportation and anything related. There's lots of thoughts on this project, lots of people in favor, lots of people against this project. As we move forward, I don't think this project will be as unique as it is right now. We're a city that's almost 150 years old and built out with limited rights of way. If we were developing new roads and new developments like we're in the Central Valley plowing down cornfields, it's easy to draw in a trail and a bike lane and parking and all kinds of other stuff. Unfortunately, we're not there, right? We, in the city, most of our roadways are 36 to 40 feet wide between curbs. And when you add 2 driving lanes, a couple of parking lanes, most of the space is used up. So as we move forward, in the city, and if we want to add facilities, we're going to have these conversations again. And there's going to have to be trade-offs sometimes, right? In some cases, if we want to add something's going to have to go away, and the city's going to have to make those decisions. So I just wanted to kind of preface, the presentation with that. And with that, let me jump in. So tonight I'll talk about a little bit about the background, some traffic, some basic traffic data about the couplet area. Talk about the demonstration we did, what kind of feedback we received, what kind of traffic counts, that kind of stuff we got. Talk about the pros and cons. There are both of those to this project, and then talk about the future. What are our options? So just a kind of a basic background in the city and all cities, Caltrans creates this classification map. So streets are classified from low to high, basically, and given different names. So a vast majority of our streets are what we call local streets or residential streets. And as you work up in classification, they get larger, more traffic, connect more things. So major arterials, major collectors, arterials, and primary arterials. So within that classification, within this couplet area, we have of the 4 major streets that we've kind of looked at, 3 of them are classified. So Dolbyer Street's considered a minor arterial and carries 3,000 to 6,000 vehicles per day approximately. W Street's considered a major collector and has about, let's see, I gotta move this out of the way, about 6,000 vehicles a day as well. Chester Street is considered residential and carries in the neighborhood of 2,000 vehicles a day. And Manzanita is the last classified street and carries, as a major collector, and carries about 4,000 vehicles a day. So big picture wise of the couplet, and we talk about the couplet, we're talking about primarily Chester Street, W Street, Dolbyer Street, Hemlock, Manzanita, those core streets in there. So in looking at doing a quick collision history of the last 10 years, there's been about 40 collisions within this couplet area over 10 years. Dolbyer Street has 20 in the 10-year period, so it's averaging about 2 collisions per year. W is about 10 collisions over 10-year period, so about 1 per year, and then a few spread out after that. So generally speaking, we've had about 40 collisions in 10 years in the area. Of those 40, 15 have been injury collisions, and 2 have been a biker peds. I believe there's 1 bike collision and 1 pedestrian collision over that time frame. Speeds wise, so we have some speed data on some of the streets. All the streets are designated as 25 miles per hour streets. One of them, Dolbyer, has a section that's a 15 mile per hour school section directly in front of the school. And so what you see here is what we call the 85th percentile for speeds. And so the 85th percentile is a measure of generally what that measure is. 85% of traffic is going that speed or less. So it's kind of the threshold where approximately speed limits are set. They're usually set within 5 miles per hour of that speed limit. So that's kind of the number we use. It's more used than, say, an average speed. So Dolbyer Street had the highest in the area, and it's 30 to 32 is the 85th percentile. W Street is 27 to 28 miles per hour. Manzanita, 27 to 28. Chester is a pretty short section, so we don't have any speeds on that, but it's posted at 25 and a pretty short segment between stop signs. So I think we all know that there's 2 different anchors in that corridor. One in that couplet. 2 of them are the Sequoia Park Zoo and the Sequoia Park and the zoo. The other anchor is Washington Elementary School. So just some background data on that school and how it functions. It's a kindergarten through 5th grade school, and approximately 450 students or so. That was the average for this year's enrollment. It's a typical 8 a.m. start time, and dismissal is 2 to 2:45 approximately. So the map off to the left shows the enrollment data, and this is important because it kind of tells you where folks are coming from. And so as you can see, the school is kind of plunked in the middle there, that blue dot, and then you can see the enrollment area is pretty much the north, east, or west. So we spent a fair amount of time out there over the years, and then recently in the last month or so, watching the drop off and pickup. And the morning drop off is very indicative of this map. So in the AM period, most of kids are getting dropped off on Dolbyer Street. So folks are coming southbound on Dolbyer and accessing it either from the north, east, or west. And so it's pretty indicative. This map is pretty accurate of what we're seeing out there. In the AM period, most of the kids are dropped off along Dolbyer because that's the front entry and that's where the front gates are. So in the afternoon, the pickup time, 2 or 2:45, it's much more of a split between, more closer to an even split between the Dolbyer side as well as the Chester side, which has a pull through. So that's just kind of some background data on the school. So the couplet, folks ask where did this whole couplet concept come from? And honestly, it's been around since I've been with the city, and I've been with the city for 13 or 14 years. So my guess is some form of a concept of a couplet or similar has been around for probably 20 years. And so it's always been kind of an idea that's kind of been kicked around over the years, and it kind of comes back and forth at different times. So we decided to undertake a study and kind of dig in and say, okay, what are the pros and cons? What are the benefits and drawbacks of doing a couplet? So So we hired TJKM, who is a planning and engineering consultant firm who specializes in transportation. And we based the study on traffic counts conducted recently, as well as historical counts and traffic data and collision data as well. So I'm going to touch on the findings of this, and we're going to get back into findings as we go. So don't feel like I'm skipping over on it. But the findings through the study were, there's some benefits. Of those benefits, with one-way operation, you see additional right-of-way for bikes because you're losing a lane. Lower speeds, generally due to more constriction, more vehicles on the roadway. Easier intersections for pedestrians and bicyclists to cross because you're crossing one lane of traffic. So potential for increased safety. Some of the downsides the study found were diverted traffic, increased traffic volumes on some streets, on those ones that got diverted, slower speeds, which can be categorized either way, I guess, congestion, bus route changes, access to properties, as well as changes to school pickup and drop off. And I'll talk about each of these as we move forward. At the end of the day, the study finds it to be a feasible option to change, and as long as you understand the benefits and drawbacks. So demonstration, I wanted to talk about the demonstration we did, and this is the second demonstration we've done in the city, and there are a lot of work to put together, and I'll be honest, I was a little skeptical at first, but with our second round through, it was a really productive project. It really gives you a chance to, what we say is try it before you buy it. And there's some effort in there to put it together and reach out to folks and try to get everybody involved as much as you can. You always can't get everybody, but you do your best. And it's a really nice way to drive through something and try to get an idea for it. So, this demonstration was August 1st through August 8th. And so how did we inform the public? We went out and sent mailers to residents 300 to 900 feet within the demonstration zone, tried to let them know it's in front of your house or adjacent, this is what's going to happen. We posted message boards out on the roadways. We did press releases, social media posts. We had the website. We had an online survey, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. Reached out to the school to kind of coordinate with them and make sure we were off school time. So what was the goal of the demonstration? Really to demonstrate operations of one-way flow. How did it operate? Did it work? Parking and bike lane, we weren't able to demonstrate those, and I'll talk about that there in a minute. So, and really what we want to do is track changes in traffic patterns. We knew there was going to be some impacts, some changes. We wanted to see what happened to change patterns like we kind of assumed it would, and then also gauge public reaction, see what folks, if they liked it, see how they felt about it. So what exactly was installed? So we installed, in the map off to the left, you can see where there's just the white arrows that show the direction of traffic. So we installed traffic control to designate Dolbyer Street as northbound, one-way northbound, one lane, and then W Street as one-way southbound, one lane. So to get the traffic control to work, we had to cone off parking on one side of the road, which to help close off one lane of traffic to make it safe and to keep vehicles out of there. So we'll talk about some of the limitations of the demonstration. That's one of them, eliminating parking during the demonstration. Manzanita Street, we'll talk about Manzanita a little bit, but Manzanita has an operation where folks come down Harrison, use Manzanita, and come across. They couldn't use that during the demonstration, so we did a kind of a soft closure over on Chester to kind of help let those folks know that they weren't going to be able to use that operation. So we put message boards up there with contact information, and we did this prior to school partially because of that parking issue as well. So demonstration limitations. There's only so much you can do in a demonstration. So one of the things we had to look at was the school time. So we wanted to, in this early demonstration, avoid school time because part of the issue is we can't really demonstrate keeping parking as well as just narrowing it down to one lane. And so the parking around school and those things, we felt it was better to test the one way, and we had to remove parking, so we did that outside of school so we wouldn't cause too much congestion there. So the parking was one thing we weren't able to demonstrate in the demonstration, but all of the one-way conversion type things, they all leave parking, so it's not something that would ever go away. And that was one concern we got from a lot of people is, oh, don't take parking out here, and that's not the intent of this at any stretch. So bike facility, that's the other thing. It's hard to demonstrate a bike facility in this kind of temporary demonstration and get folks to use it. So that wasn't able to be part of the demonstration as well. So public feedback. this is our second time around on these demonstrations, and so I thought we made some improvements, and we got really good feedback from the demonstration. So, our first time around, which was a 6th and 7th Street project, we had a couple hundred survey responses, which we thought was pretty good. This time we received 934 survey responses, which we were really excited about. We felt like we got people's attention. And so the survey was an online survey that had about 10 questions and kind of went through and talked about, tell us how you use the facility, tell us what you think about it. And so I think we attached all those to the survey results to the agenda summary. So I wasn't going to go through every question, but I figured I'd touch on the big ones, the important ones. So again, we got 934 results. 62% of the folks who responded lived within the city. 38% lived outside of the city. Of the folks who responded, 86% were not in favor. So 86% did not support it. They weren't in favor of it. And on the turn, 14% did. There was no middle ground, so it was either they did or they didn't. The other highly ranked scored question was speed. So 76% of folks who responded felt traffic was moving slower. So at the end, we had a location where people could add comments, whatever they wanted to be. Tell us what you thought. Tell us why you chose your answer. And so we got a whole variety of answers. And so we kind of, organize those and try to sum them up with some commonalities. And so the number one comment was concerns about increase of traffic, congestion, and travel time. And that was about 17% of the folks was an answer related to that. And the second most was school safety, drop off, and pickup. So that was kind of the main summary, the feedback from our demonstration. So, okay, so the next thing, this slide has got a lot of information on it, and hopefully you can see my cursor on there. So what I want to do is step through this slide kind of slowly and talk about it. This is the before and after data, and so I want to kind of step through because there's a lot of information here, and I hope you guys can see it. I see Natalie straining to look. I'll explain it as we go. So in a nutshell, what we did was we took traffic counts, traffic data in all the various areas out here prior to the study during school times. So generally, we look at traffic volumes in the city.
Scott,
school times have a higher traffic volume than non-school times. So we generally see about a 5 to 10% increase during school time. So our pre-data is during school, and our demonstration data is outside of school. So one of the things we look at is we'd likely see an increase in traffic data if we did the same thing again during school time. So that's just something we understand. And when we look at this traffic data, what we're doing is comparing an average day during what we considered an average day during the demonstration. And we put all our traffic counters out there for about a week, and we looked at the data and took towards the end of the week, which we kind of hoped everybody kind of figured out where to go. So
Scott, can I interrupt you for a sec?
Oh,
were you trying to show us something with your cursor?
No, I'll get there in a second. I was rambling.
That's fine. Well, you were talking, and I was like, I hope we're not supposed to be comparing to something on the screen because it wasn't moving.
Not yet.
Okay,
I'll get there. I promise. So what this data is we're comparing a day before and a day during the demonstration. Are these the exact numbers we're going to see every day? Unlikely. But what this tells us is trends. It gives us an idea to see, okay, we think traffic did this or that, and this is what we saw during that demonstration. And it's going to give you a pretty good idea of what's going to happen. So as I get started, hopefully you can follow my cursor, and we're going to be on the lower left-hand side, and this is W Street. So W Street is fairly unencumbered by side streets and those things. And so the first one I'm pointing out is our pre-demonstration W Street traffic, and we're about 5,800 vehicles in a day. And you see these little arrows. That's kind of the split. So generally what happened is you've got about half the vehicles going north, half the vehicles going south. During the demonstration, the box down below it, demonstration, you see a total of about 5,700 vehicles. So pretty close. We got pretty much on what we had before. And what's happening is the vehicles, you've got the same amount of traffic. It's just instead of it being split both ways, all the vehicles coming southbound. That's kind of what we'd assumed would happen down there. The next one I want to take a look at is the lower right-hand side, and that's the Dolbyer Street. And so this is Dolbyer south of Manzanita. We'll talk about north of Manzanita. That's where we start to see the changes. So south of Manzanita, again, not impacted by a bunch of turns, Pre-demonstration, about 6,200 vehicles. Post-demonstration, during the demonstration, about 5,500 vehicles. Again, a little bit low. I think we probably lost a few cars here and there, but ballpark about the same. Again, the change is prior it was split about 5,000 or 6,000 vehicles, half going north, half going south. During the demonstration, they're all going north. So those things are kind of our bellwether, and we can say, okay, that's how vehicles kind of entered and exited the system. Okay, so bear with me. As we move north, this is where we start to see the changes. So the right-hand side, next one over where my cursors are, that's Manzanita Street. So the way Manzanita Street works is folks use that a lot coming southbound out towards the Cutton area. So folks will drive south on Harrison Avenue, turn onto Manzanita, and then turn south on Dolbyer. And that's a pretty heavy movement. So if you look during pre-demonstration times, it's about almost 2,000 vehicles each direction. We assumed this would go away because we kind of forced it to go away. During a demonstration, Dolbyer is now northbound, so that traffic has to go somewhere. So again, we looked at our counts, and we saw a decrease of about 1,500 vehicles. So again, those are vehicles that can no longer make that left turn on Manzanita and go southbound on Dolbyer. We're forcing them to go northbound. So we assumed we would see that traffic go away, and they did. They had to. So we generally see this traffic move up to Chester. We'll get there in a second, but the traffic's got to go somewhere, and it's got to enter the system back again because they've got to get back out to where they're going. As you move north, the next set of counts we're looking at is Dolbyer adjacent to school. Pre-demonstration, we see about 2,800 vehicles, just shy of 3,000, and it's lower than south of Dolbyer because we have a lot of traffic leaving on Manzanita. So pre-demonstration of a little less than 3,000. During the demonstration, about 4,000 vehicles. So a gain of over 1,000 vehicles. Again, those are vehicles that are not able to use W Street to exit the system, and so as we expected, they're going to have to continue through. So there's our first increased changes on Dolbyer. So where are those vehicles going? Well, the vehicles that were primarily using W Street, well, now they're using Dolbyer. They move north to Chester and come around Chester. Chester is where we see the largest increase. So top of the screen, my cursor will come back. Pre-demonstration, Chester has about 1,800 vehicles, more of them going west than east. During the demonstration, we see an increase of about 3,000 vehicles, so it jumps up to about 5,000 vehicles. And again, what is that traffic from? Well, when you now take those Dolbyer traffic, the half that was going northbound, they move to Dolbyer, or they go through Manzanita to Chester. So those are the changes. Are the numbers going to be that exact amount? No, you're going to lose some. Some are going to filter through the system. You lose some to W, to Chester, here, there. So you're never going to get it exact, but this kind of shows us the trends, and this is what we'd assumed would happen, would be something in this variety, is that's what the traffic would do. So, and to put it into context, those numbers are, again, we see likely, an 8 to 10% decrease during summer school. So we would see an increase on these values likely, but the changes are W Street doesn't have a big change. It just changes direction. Dolbyer in the school zone has an increase in the neighborhood of 30% traffic. And then Chester is the largest increase, which is 270 to 300% increase. And then the one decrease is Manzanita. Again, folks aren't able to use that maneuver on Manzanita, so it goes down. So that's the main traffic changes that we saw. We went out there and watched Russell Street and some of the interim side streets. We didn't see big platoons of vehicles cutting through any of those other side streets. So we feel pretty good. We captured a vast majority of the vehicles using these routes, and we feel like these are probably the most logical routes that folks would use as well. So changes. Okay, so we got during the demonstration, not only through our survey, but we got a lot of calls, a lot of emails, concerns, or those types of things about the demonstration. So a number of the concerns we got was the one-way change forces folks to do out-of-direction travel, much longer trips, and that's the thing, right? We're making it one way, so it does change the traffic pattern. So what I did here was to try to put it into context what some of those changes are. So I took some of the kind of the most common trips that folks make out there and put the changes that would occur if it was a one-way. So this top one is, and here's my cursor there, if a vehicle was going northbound and was at the intersection of Walnut and Hemlock, so kind of down at the bottom of the map there, and they wanted to go to the zoo, primarily before they would go down Hemlock and come up W Street, and that trip would take them about 1,800 feet or so. During the demonstration, those folks would have to go to the right, they would have to go down Dolbyer, and then access through Russell. So that's a change in direction. That change in direction is about 400 feet, and to put it into context, what is that? 400 feet, if you're traveling 25 miles per hour, it's about 12 additional seconds. So that's what that change is. The next one that I did was the other common movement, which is Harrison and Chester, which is kind of where my cursor is off the map, but Harrison and Chester is a real common maneuver where folks go south on Harrison Avenue, they jump on Manzanita, and then come around Dolbyer and exit out through Walnut Avenue. So that movement prior was about 2,800 feet. Their new path would have to be through Chester, W, and around that way. That change is about an additional 840 feet, and again at 25 miles per hour, it's about 23 seconds of additional time. The last one I did calced out was Hodgson and W, so that the intersection in the city there, Hodgson and W, where a lot of folks will enter that intersection and they come around Chester and enter southbound to drop their kids off at Dolbyer Street. So if that maneuver went away and folks had to go around through Russell or similar, the change would be an additional 1,000 feet or so. And again, at 25 miles per hour, it's about 28 additional seconds. So, and again, if going a little faster, it's a little shorter. If it's more congested or you're going a little slower, it takes a little longer. But those are kind of some of the common maneuvers. I just wanted to put kind of a distance and a time factor on them so we can kind of understand them a little better. So pros and cons. We talked about this a little bit, each one of these, but I'll kind of go into them specifically. So again, you know, those easy projects that have all pros, they're harder and harder to come by, right? So again, in a built-out environment, we're going to have some upsides and we're going to have some downsides, and as a city, we have to weigh those out and decide what's more important. So what I did here was to try to list out some of the more common or ones that stand out as far as the pros and cons. So left-hand side, we have pros, installation of a high-quality bike facility. So again, if you take the couplet and change them to one lane, one ways, it frees up, you know, a full travel lane for a bike facility or similar, right? And that's, you know, 10 to 12 feet, whereas a typical bike lane in town is 5 feet. So it gives you much more room to work with and build what you call quality bicycle facilities. Improved pedestrian crossings of W and Dolbyer Street. With a single lane, one lane's much easier to cross than 2 lanes, right? So you have less conflict points at intersections. So that's a benefit. Potential for reduced speeds. This could be on both sides, pros or cons, depending on how you look at it. Generally, we would assume as you have more traffic lumped onto one lane, you're going to have more congestion, more travel time. You're likely going to reduce speeds. That's what we would assume on that. Improved operation of Hemlock and Walnut intersection. That intersection will become a right in, right out if it was one way. So that would be an improvement out there. The one decrease in traffic would be Manzanita, and so that would be a positive. Potential for reduced collisions. Most of the common studies out there that look at one-way operations typically feel you're going to see a reduction in collisions. Most of the studies vary in their percentage, anywhere from 10 to 20%. It kind of depends on the situation. Again, you have less conflict points at an intersection, less lanes for pedestrians and bicyclists to cross. The one parking improvement would be, there's a stretch of Dolbyer that is wider than most, and that would be the section towards Manzanita by kind of south of the Armory by the ball field. That section is wider with a one-way operation. There would be room for potential for some diagonal parking there. Improved connection to the future Beta Zoo trails. If Beta Zoo trails ever funded, this would make a nice connection, a good safe connection for it. Downsides, we've talked about these a little bit as well as we talked about traffic diversion, right? Moving traffic around. This will change traffic patterns. It just will. That's what's going to happen. You're making one ways and one lanes. It's going to move some things around like we saw. Increased traffic. We'll see increased traffic on Chester and Dolbyer Street. Those are the likely streets that people will move around, and that's what we saw during our demonstration. Additional traffic congestion. Currently, you have 2 lanes each direction on each, one on W, one on Dolbyer. So you're going to see 1 lane, 1 direction. You'll see additional congestion. That congestion would also materialize in some slower speeds, lower traffic speeds out there. You'll likely see more congestion at the stop signs during the peak hours. You have more people in line there. Increase emergency response time or property access. So some of those areas where they are able to go two ways before, now those are one way. So that time is likely in seconds. We talked about that, but that is a change. Change in traffic patterns for drop off and pickup at the school. That's the change. So like we talked about before, there's a lot of folks that drop off, a majority in the mornings that are dropping off South End on Dolbyer. This change, although we've looked at some good ways to improve it, it does change that. It does increase the what we call the driver side drop off or passenger side drop off. So the downsides to that are, we'll talk about that, is if currently folks are dropping off on the passenger side, they scoot out and they're on the sidewalk. If you go the other direction, folks have to step out if they're on the passenger side and step between a vehicle. So that's a parked vehicle. So that's a downside. Red route bus stop relocation. Currently, the red route is northbound on W with a stop. That would have to be relocated to Dolbyer Street. Don't think that's a deal breaker, but that is something that would be a change. So we talk about high quality bike facilities. So I have the next couple slides show some cross sections and some aerial views of what we've been looking at for what we call a high quality bike facility. So on the upper right hand side, what you see is a cross section of both Dolbyer and W Street from a street view perspective, where you're looking kind of in line with traffic, and this kind of shows what we've looked at here, which shows it's a little different configuration. It shows a bike lane on the left, and we'll talk about that a little bit in detail, but there's some benefits of having a bike lane on the left, which is not really common, but in this situation, the couplet is used a lot by people that are walking and using that, and having a bike lane on the left creates a kind of connected couplet. So it also has some benefits, speaking with Washington Elementary and the concerns about the drop-off, having the bike lane on the left can create some buffers between vehicles dropping off kids and picking up kids, as well as a traveled way. So if you look at that upper picture, it has kind of a loading drop-off zone, a buffer, a bike lane, a buffer before you see the vehicle. So that's a benefit there. Again, next slide shows, this is an overhead view. If you're looking straight down, this would be the Dolbyer entering the Chester intersection. So on the left-hand side would be Washington Elementary. And so this is kind of an overhead view that shows, a drop-off kind of only area, which is where the drop-off is now, but it's going a different direction, obviously, and shows, the buffer on one side, a bike lane in the center, another buffer, and then again, the traffic lane, kind of where it is now currently, as well as the parking. And again, looking at this configuration, you can see the benefits for pedestrians or collision reduction is you're crossing one lane. So one lane of traffic, it's easier to cross, less conflict points. This next slide is, this is just the reverse. This is over on W, just leaving Chester Street. So again, it shows the left-hand side bike lane, shows parking on one side, as well as the driving lane and parking on the other side. So again, back to those are a lot of the benefits there. Again, we talked about some of the downsides, the cons. Diverted traffic, increased traffic. As we take a look here, this is a snapshot from our previous maps. This is primarily where our changes are going to be. Right, you're going to see an increase in traffic on Dolbyer Street as well as and Chester Street. Those are things that are out there. We have to understand those. Additional traffic delays, change in access for residents or emergency response at times, change in patterns for school pickup and drop off. Again, the primary access for drop off is vehicles go southbound in the mornings, they drop off on the passenger side. We'd be changing around, folks would have to drop off on the driver's side, or again, there's that concern of folks leaving and having to go behind or in front of a parked car. So I think with some modifications, I think we can improve that. So, those are the main pros and cons to it. What now? So right, what's the future? So as we kind of see it, there's a number of different options, and the three that jump out at us are option one is the do nothing option, right? So we can we repave the roadways this year, which is great. We're really excited to have Measure H dollars and be able to do so much road paving. And so we repave those roads. We got the crosswalks back. We can restripe the roads and they can go back to previous conditions. So that's option one. Option two is if the council decides to approve a resolution making making streets one way, then they would be one way. And if that was the case, again, like we showed, if council decides that that's the direction they want to go, staff would recommend, a layout like we talked about, and similar to what we see here, which is what we call a left side bike lane, which has a number of different benefits I touched on. It connects the couplet on the left without crossing traffic. So as a bicyclist, you can be in that bike lane and routing through for the most part, and being without having to minimize your turning conflicts. It provides an additional buffer along Washington Elementary to help with that pickup and drop off time. So I think there's a benefit there. And the other benefit of the left-hand bike lane is it removes what we call right-hand turn conflict. So in a bike lane on the right-hand side, if you have a street with high turning volumes, that's what we call a conflict point. And there can be conflict there. So Manzanita has a high traffic volume turning right, and so having this bike lane on the left, avoids that. So that's what we call option 2, is approve a resolution and make the couplet one way with what we call a buffered bike lane. And again, these are similar street views that we showed. It's just cross section showing the bike lane on the left, parking on both sides, as well as the travel lane and the buffers. And then option 3, and this kind of brings us full circle, and this is actually our last slide, kind of brings us back to the beginning. So option 3 is to leave the streets as a two-way and add a bike facility. And I know that sounds simple, but the issue with that is, doing that, would require removal of parking on one side of the street, right? So this is kind of that situation we're in, where we can't add a bike lane in this type of facility without removing something. So adding a high quality facility. So again, this is a street that's pretty indicative. This is a screenshot of W Street. It's existing conditions. This is a 38 and a half foot wide street between curbs. This is pretty indicative. We have a lot of 36 and we have some 40 foot, but what you see is 2 driving lanes, 2 parking lanes, and that's kind of our right of way. So that's kind of where we're at. That's my last slide, and I figure I'll kick it over and there'll be some questions, and that's what I've got.
All right, thank you. Council, I'm sure everybody has questions. Who wants to start? Councilmember Burgell, and then Councilmember Moulton after that.
So I was curious, you mentioned impacts of emergency vehicles. Could you talk more about that? If it's one way, where are those emergency vehicles to go?
So a couple different options. I know Brian talked with the fire, Humboldt Bay Fire today as well, so I'll let him jump in. So a couple different options. In this type of scenario, emergency vehicles always have primary access. So whether it's, they can always put lights and sirens on, go code 3, and go into an area if they need to. Otherwise, if they're following the path of travel, then again, they're using the alternate routes, using the one-way system to move through there. And like you said, if they're using that route, there is a change or a delay in some periods. So I'm not sure if Brian has anything different from speaking with Humboldt Bay, but those are the drawbacks.
Director Gervin is on his way up.
Sure. Thank you, Scott. So I did speak, and I know Chief Robertson is on tonight, and increased travel distance is one thing, and the estimate, I think, if you're going, I think the concern here in large part would be travel time and travel distance from Humboldt Bay Fire Station 5 out there by Redwood Acres to Cutton. This is a primary route for them. And the increased travel time, I think, from the calculations was on the order of 23 seconds. The concern is, well, what about the additional congestion and the fact that there's less real estate there, and maybe cars can't pull to both sides and they can't kind of part in the middle and allow the vehicles through. If you remember the visual of W Street, which would be the route out to Cutton in this case, there was parking lane about 12 feet worth of bike lane and buffer, 10 to 12 feet, and then travel lane and parking lane. What that means is that if fire engine is going south on W Street, they're going code 3, and they need to pass a vehicle that's, trying to yield for them, they can use that bike lane and buffer to get around the vehicle that's otherwise blocking their way. So yes, there would be impacts. We hope that they would not be significant. The other concern is Dolbyer Street south of Manzanita, which would require a larger loop around and there's a side street, Bainbridge, that's off of that, that would either require that larger loop or, like Scott mentioned, opposing traffic for a short distance in between Manzanita and Bainbridge. So those are the points we covered, and if Chief Robertson wants to, fill in any gaps, he's certainly more than welcome.
Can I ask a clarifying question, Director Gerving? So if they're going to move into the bike lane and they're buffered, is there any kind of structure in this, or is it just the lane itself?
Right now, that's not part of this proposal to have any kind of
like vegetation,
a hard separation or vegetation. We have talked in the setup in front of Washington School that the top end or the head of the drop-off area could have a concrete planter that's basically set on top of the asphalt to basically act as a visual barrier and a physical barrier for the very front end of that drop-off area. But for the rest of it, there isn't any proposal at this point to have a physical separation between the bike lane and the travel lane or the buffers.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
I still have one more question.
I wanted to ask Chief if he was on and if he had anything to add. Is he on? Chief Robertson?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Only thing to add is from Director Gerving said that we would have that additional access issue going all the way down Dolbyer Street to get to Dolbyer. And that does add a few more intersections that we would have to go through. But the goal would be to have that be minimized as well, as he said.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Burgell.
I'm also curious when we look at Russell Street. So could we talk a little bit? It seems to me that Russell Street between, right behind the armory there, between that is not going to be able to support the kind of traffic that we're talking about. Have we looked at ideas about maybe closing the Russell Street side and just having parking in that area in between for games and, zoo and all of those things? And what would that look like?
Sure. So that section of Russell Street, for folks who aren't as familiar with the area, sort of looks like a parking lot, functions something like a parking lot. It does get some traffic through, but not a huge volume. Hearing from folks at the school, they say that during drop-off times, it is more heavily utilized. I think parents will drop off southbound on Dolbyer, cut through on Russell, and then return northbound on W. So we have talked about what alternatives would we have for W Street, or for Russell, I'm sorry. And I know that council received at least one email from someone who supported the one-way couplet, but said we should consider making Russell Street one-way eastbound. That is one option. Another option would be to close one end of Russell Street, probably the end at Dolbyer, so that it is really more like a parking lot. Still a city street, but you can't drive through to the other end, and it would take away that issue of potentially increasing the traffic volume on a street that's not really suited for it. And what that would mean is that folks needing to get to the drop-off area on Dolbyer would either go down and around the reservoir and do this loop that we've been talking about, or if they're coming from somewhere north and west in Eureka, they could continue on Harris Street to Harrison South and pick up Russell or Manzanita from the east.
And is that a consideration at this time?
It's something that we intend to evaluate if council decides to move forward with this and it's implemented. Our initial thought is let's see what happens, and we can very quickly affect at least a temporary change and see what impacts it has. Okay. So we could put a temporary closure in place if we see a lot of traffic going through there, see what impact that temporary closure has, and then evaluate which option is better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Moulton and then Councilmember Castellano.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. There's a lot more information in there than we had before. Early on, there were a couple of statistics, and I was a little confused about one. And it said that school safety, better or worse, 12%, or the comments, that 12% of the comments were about school safety, better/worse. And I was wondering if people think it will be better or people think it will be worse from the rest of your presentation. I would assume that 12% of people think it will be worse. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah, it was a concern about impacting school drop off and those things. So yeah, it was a negative in that sense.
Okay. And are there any bike traffic counts anywhere? I understand that, people don't necessarily change bike commuting for such a short trial period, but do we have any data on how many people use that route as a bike commute?
We don't. It's pretty low volume. It's one of those locations that doesn't have great on-street facilities, and so we don't see a lot of bikers out there currently. And that's our hope with building a good facility that we can encourage folks to bring them out there and use it.
Okay. And then one more question. Just to clarify from the map where people are being, the sort of routes that they're choosing for themselves now, it sounds like folks who are coming up Harris, rather than going all the way to Manzanita and then turning up Dolbyer, they're just turning on Chester and going straight across to W. Am I understanding that correctly?
No, I think what we're seeing is folks that are coming up Harrison Avenue instead of progressing on Harrison all the way up to Manzanita. They're turning at Chester and coming across Chester. So we assume these are folks coming from the hospital area, Safeway, kind of that part of the county, and they're generally working along that edge, and so they're continuing in that route.
Right. So as before, they were self-routing themselves away from the school. And with this plan, we would be funneling them directly into the street in front of the school.
Correct.
Thank you.
Keeping in mind, try to interject here, but there is another option for traffic coming from that direction. That would be to stay on Harris to W, where they make a left on W and then continue straight southbound from there.
So maybe the folks who are in the habit of cutting through the neighborhood might just turn up the larger, more appropriate street and then turn up W.
Right. That's one of the things that's difficult to gauge with a short-term, implementation like we had during in August. So in the long term, we really don't know how those behaviors might change.
Yeah, they probably went their regular route and then we're like, oh no, it's one way. Better zip around here. That's a very good point. Thank you.
Yeah, and sorry to jump in. And Brian's right. Is we can't capture every vehicle, and so we do have some missing gaps, and so there are some folks that use alternate routes. Their numbers were fairly low, so it's hard to say what they do in the long term. But yeah, not every single person used that route. They did use alternate routes, whether it was Harrison W or other ones.
Okay, that's my questions for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Arroyo, I see you. I just want you to know I'm going to do Councilmember Castellano, then Councilmember Bauer.
Thanks. Just a quick couple questions. Were there any conceptual models drawn up where the bike lane would, okay, I'm going to see if I can describe this in words. As it's heading north on Dolbyer, would actually T at Russell and either go right on Russell over to Harrison and then allow bicycle riders a traffic light to cross Harris, or T and then kind of complete the loop by going left or west on Russell, and kind of have a smaller loop there and then another loop going across. I'm just thinking about future commuters and crossing Harrison being being kind of one of the questions in my mind.
Yeah, none of the concepts that were developed included that element or those elements. I think you'd encounter the same difficulties that neither of those streets then have the real estate for the high quality bike facility that we're talking about here. On Harrison, bikes would be in the travel lane, which they legally can be their vehicles, but they wouldn't be as comfortable as bikes in a well buffered bike lane. And then if they were to go west on Russell Street, they would again be in a pretty constrained street with perpendicular parking and cars backing out. And then when they get to W Street, we would have to figure out what to do there. They wouldn't really have a good route north from that location.
And then just, sorry, and I think I should know this already, but when traffic in the test, people turned south on W, made the big loop, then went north on Dolbyer, and it was one way the entirety, or it didn't resume to two ways once it got past Chester, did it? It was one way the entire route, and that's what's proposed.
So the demonstration had the one-way couplet ended at Chester Street. So W Street and Dolbyer Street north of Chester, in between Chester and Harris, those were still two-way. W Street was one-way southbound, Hemlock was one-way eastbound, and Dolbyer was one-way northbound. Since then, relatively recently, there have been some questions from council and suggestions from the public that Chester Street in between W and Dolbyer should be included in that one-way scenario and make it into a full loop, where just like Hemlock is one-way eastbound, Chester is one-way westbound. So that's something that was reflected in the visuals that Mr. Ellsmore presented tonight, and would allow that same bike facility to continue in a loop all the way around this roughly 1 mile stretch, and then better connect to Hodgson Street and the rest of the city.
And were there any thoughts as to how bikes might cross Harris?
There weren't, not with this scenario. It's about doing what we can now. Sure. There are elements of the Beta Zoo Trail application that includes some bike boulevard type of facilities on Dolbyer Street to help bikes cross at that location and then get onto the future trail alignment. But that was outside the scope of what we were looking at right now.
That's okay. Yeah. Sweet. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you. I guess I have a question. What did the Transportation Safety Committee think of this proposal?
This is Scott here. So we were short members. We didn't have a meeting this last week, and so we're appointing new members. So unfortunately, we weren't able to take it to TSC this month of September. We didn't have a meeting.
Okay, thank you. And second question, so much of the concern from the public is about safety, right? And at the school, understood. Why didn't we do the survey, do the actual test during the school year? I know it'd be inconvenient, but it seems like that would have been the appropriate time.
So a couple of reasons. First, a change like that, especially in a temporary fashion, the concern was that would be just too much, and it's going to frustrate people to the extent that we're not going to get good data out of it. Second, it was, like Scott mentioned, it was impossible for us to really delineate the bike facility, and also impossible for us to provide parking in a closed travel lane. Yeah. And so we wouldn't have been able to, without a whole lot more effort, quite honestly, that would have greatly increased the cost of this demonstration, we wouldn't have been able to evaluate what the impact would really be during school.
Yeah. Thank you.
Is that your question? All right, Councilmember Arroyo.
Well, the reason I was peering so closely at the screen was because I was trying to initially kind of look at the numbers of how many vehicles. I assume that's number of users per day, number of trips per day that was shown in the. So it's interesting how much variation there is. Actually, some of it was a bit unexpected to me. As a casual user of these roadways myself, I only occasionally use them. So it's something that I had to think a lot about. So I found myself wondering about, I kind of hate the term or the metric of level of service, because I think it's often very focused on vehicular traffic in motorized vehicles, and not thinking about bicyclists or pedestrians or other users of the roadway. But that said, I'm wondering for this kind of road, I assume it's an arterial. I don't know what class of arterial it's considered to be, but what would you see as the kind of desired level of service for that road?
I think generally when you look at level of service, you're shooting for a C, right? I mean, C is kind of like your average level of service, and you're acceptable in certain congestion areas to go down to a D. So again, it depends on what you're looking for, right? What you're trying to achieve. if you want level service A out there, you could add, get rid of parking and have 2 or 3 extra lanes. So I think it kind of depends on what your balance is, what you're trying to get at. Level service really measures free flow of traffic volume, and that's not always the best metric to describe a location or an intersection. So does that answer your question? It was a little bit of a roundabout.
Yeah, I think I was looking for like a numeric target for this, but I realize that varies and that level of service is often measured by other factors, and I really don't want to make this decision based on only one type of user of the roadway. So I don't need to go more into that. I think that's helpful. Thank you. My other question was, again, because I don't bike in this area of town because I've tried and it hasn't felt very good. So I'll just leave that at that. But if people are using this area on a bicycle, if this proposal of the left-hand bike lane and the full loop were to be something we moved forward with, what other bike facilities would people be connecting to? Like how else would they be, where would they be going after? Before?
Yeah, so where do you connect to, right? You've got to start somewhere. So that's one thing, is we're here, we can do something. So the main one is Walnut has a bike lane, right? So you're connecting to the county, you're connecting to that bike lane that enters in. And then on Harris Street, we have Cheryl's on Harris Street. We have a bike lane up to S Street, and we have a shared roadway from S to Harrison. So it connects to that. So those are kind of your edge where you're tying into the next nearest facilities. And then you have some local, more smaller roads that have less traffic volume that connect in between.
So if we were to move forward with this as a concept, I assume we'd get some more detail around how the intersection treatments and what it would look like on the ground at some time in the future, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Moulton.
I have to go back to like totally basic here. What was the impetus for thinking to change this couplet?
So is this better for folks anywhere? Okay. So like Mr. Ellsmore mentioned, the idea of a couplet on these streets has been around for, just like he said, my entire time with the city. So, the estimate is 20 years. There's been talk of it. I know there are historical county circulation documents. I don't know what they showed. But the idea has been there, and the discussion has been there. And we've never really had the opportunity like we did this year, where we have a clean slate. So the streets were repaved. And before we knew that would be happening, we said, okay, we're going to take advantage of this opportunity to do a study and see, would it be a feasible option? And the study indicated that yes, it would be feasible, and Scott covered that. And then we went from there and said, okay, how can we do a little bit more, try it before you buy it? And we did that temporary demonstration, which again showed that from a traffic standpoint, it does work, but there are pros and cons. So really it was the historical discussion of it that's been floated for a long time, coupled with the opportunity this year because we have a clean slate with fresh pavement and can start from scratch with markings.
And I can add a little bit to that. In my recent time here, we've done the Sequoia document for the Skywalk and looking at potential for additional parking. So that's the most recent time that I know that we revisited this idea. I agree that I've been here for 16 years and this has been looked at multiple times. And a lot of those times it has been surrounded around the idea of increasing parking. And as was discussed in this, we would get additional parking on Dolbyer as a part of this project. But I know that it's been looked at when we analyzed the traffic for the Redwood Skywalk, and it was looked at that time too, but not in this much depth.
So we have additional parking. We have the addition of a commuter route for bikes that we're not sure if they're necessarily going to use it. I'm all for bikes, definitely. And my instinct says that one-way streets would essentially be safer, but then we look at the data, something like 68% of the people say they felt less safe during the demonstration, or they think that this, and the main concern that people have is about safety, either in general or specifically around the school. Is there, I don't know, can I ask your opinion? Do you feel like this would make the neighborhood safer, make traffic safer? But before you answer, I just want to thank you in the pros and cons for putting slower traffic as a pro. Eureka is not a freeway from one side to the other, and I think slowing things down as people go through the town is generally a good thing for traffic safety and also for traffic flow. When people are moving more slowly, they're moving more consistently. But there, a little soapbox moment there. Go ahead.
Sure. So we do anticipate that if this change were implemented, it would end up making the streets safer for all users. There are concerns for student drop-off, and in particular, the concern is students who have to exit on the passenger side of a vehicle. They don't have any option because they're in the front seat or they're in a single cab truck. They have to exit on the passenger side. They then have to cross back between vehicles that are in that drop-off zone to get to the school. That's a concern. We can't really mitigate for that. But there are other things like increased safety for bikes, and we do hope that bike traffic would increase, like reduced conflicts between vehicles. You don't have any vehicles turning left across an oncoming lane of traffic with a one-way street. And that's a common sort of collision that happens. So left turn conflicts would be reduced. You would have fewer conflicts at certain intersections because you have three-way intersections instead of four-way. And then the big cleanup that happens here is at the Walnut and Hemlock intersection going out to Cutton, because there you have vehicles going to Cutton are just taking a right at the stop sign. They have no conflicts. Vehicles turning right from Cutton to come north into the city have no conflicts. And then vehicles that are completing the loop would continue straight from the stop. And then finally, like Mr. Ellsmore mentioned, pedestrians have to cross one lane of traffic that's only coming from one direction, as opposed to two lanes of traffic in opposite directions.
Pedestrians, of course, including school kids and folks that are out walking to get to school. Thank you for clarifying that, and I apologize for making you repeat some things that were in the presentation.
I have a question, and I don't know that you can answer it, but one of the things that's been a big concern for me has been the speed on Hodgson, and I'm just wondering if there's been any thought about, I just keep thinking that once people get through this loop, if they get back on Hodgson, they're going to be frustrated and then pick up their speed there. Is there any thought about how to sort of not create that situation where people are all like, I'm finally on Hodgson and I can go as fast as I possibly can?
Yeah, that isn't something we've looked at yet. We can look at how to make that happen, but one thing that we've discussed is with any change, especially a big change like this, there would be a need for ongoing analysis of what are the impacts a little further afield that we don't know about right now, and even within the project area on Russell Street. So impacts like that would be something to look at, and education and enforcement of these new conditions and of the impacts near and far would also be something to address.
Thanks. Any other questions before we go to public comment? All right, I think we're ready for public comment. Oh wait, Councilmember Burgell has one more.
So I just heard you say, I think I heard you correctly, that there is no mitigation for kids walking between parked cars. There's nothing. Could we move the bike lane to the other side? There's nothing to mitigate that?
Well, it's not so much the issue of vehicles that are coming by. There's the bike lane and its buffer on Dolbyer Street. Really, they do a really good job of providing space for people that have to exit the passenger side of vehicles in that loading zone. It's when they have to then cross between the vehicles that are parked at that curb to get back to the sidewalk that there's a potential conflict. And that's no additional real estate that can be freed up in the street can really address that particular issue.
All right. So now we're going to open it up to public comment. I'd love to ask if you're interested in making a public comment, if you wouldn't mind lining up on the two sides of the room so that we could try to be as efficient as possible. So come on up. We'll go ahead and we'll go back and forth. So.
Hi, my name's Jerome Guffey. I've lived in Cutton for 44 years, and I go through that intersection multiple times a day. I have a number of comments regarding the demonstration. I think that the results are invalid, having not been done during the school year. There's a tremendous amount of extra traffic, not just a little bit, and it's caused by Cutton School, Winship Junior High School, and even all the way up the street. Walnut is the venue for people from Cutton to get into Eureka. So having 181 surveys done to people living 300 to 900 feet from the proposed site doesn't account for all of the thousands, over 3,000 people living in Cutton, going all the way up Walnut Street to Ridgewood Heights. And they come down that road every day, and I know because I try to get across Walnut Street from Fern Street where I live. So that doesn't take it into account, the volume of traffic and the inconvenience to all of those literally thousands of people who are going to be coming down that way. And of course, also the surveys show overwhelming opposition to the proposal. Another issue that I noticed is that it doesn't take into account the traffic going to Cutton Fields, the baseball parks. I see a lot of traffic there coming out at the intersection of Fern and Walt. Thank God for the traffic light that's there. And I also feel that the intersection of Hemlock and Walnut works very well. There's a three-way stop sign. And in saying that it was going to improve traffic at Hemlock and Walnut, I think is a mistake. So I generally feel that the people in Cutton are strongly opposed to the proposal for the reasons that I mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Ashley Teeter. I live out Walnut, past Cutton there, so this directly impacts me. And I experienced the demonstration with my daughter at Sequoia Park, and it took me probably over 5 minutes to merge back into traffic just because of the gridlock. I mean, and that's one of the reasons I live up here is because I hate city driving. And what this project is here, this is manufactured gridlock. You know, it's like you want to pretend like you're driving in San Francisco all of a sudden, implement this, and then drive in that circle that you made, because that's what it's going to be like. And also, going back to the survey they put out, 934 people, 86% said, no, this is not a good idea. And are you not, here elected by the people? Like 86% of the people in that area who elected one of you said, no, this is not a good idea. Okay? And just the increase in traffic by the school. They said there's a 270% increase due to making this little roundabout circle there. And that's without school in session. Not a good idea. You think like just because people are driving slower, they're going to be angry people creeping along, and one of them is actually accidentally going to run over a kid, and it's not going to be good. And someone else suggested that, people will learn to go down Harris and get on W, which, I mean, I guess and people probably won't do that because I like to cross Harris at one to two of the lights, either on S Street or, right there next to the Ace. So people going down to wait for oncoming traffic to turn on to W might not happen. But anyways, there's a lot of people here that want to say something, so that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for being so patient.
Thank you for having me here to speak, or allowing us here to speak. My name is Bryn. I live in Cutton as well. I live over on Primrose. I want to say that I didn't receive a survey in the mail. The reason that I was able to comment on this, to be a part of the survey, was because I was able to, in the passenger seat, get the information from the sign, put it into my phone, and then do the survey. I'm very involved in the community. I pay attention. I knew about those things that were going on. I didn't see that any other place. I am I appreciate the survey that was done and the information that was gathered. I don't think it's a reasonable thought to think that it's only going to be a few seconds of delay. This change caused bumper-to-bumper traffic, as you've heard. It was a gridlock. The reason people don't take W from Harris is because it's a steep street and there's traffic going pretty fast, and you have to basically stop to be able to turn onto W because it is very sharp. And trying to do that was when I almost got when I almost got hit in my car. Because it was the weekend, I was able to say, okay, that was very stressful. I had to get almost hit, bumper to bumper. Everybody's angry. Finally get home. I say, okay, I'll just walk this weekend. I almost get hit walking. It's definitely not safer. And it wasn't done, the study was not done during the school year. I understand that was a difficulty. Living in Cutton, if I don't leave by 8 a.m., I really can't get out. There's too much school traffic, and so this is really just going to cause such a gridlock during the school traffic. I really urge you to listen to the survey that was done. I really don't think that was as many people as would like to comment on this. I'm able to be here late at night. Most of the people, I live in an apartment complex of at least a dozen family units. Most of these people have kids. A lot of my neighbors are seniors. Those people might not be able to be here. Maybe they have to be asleep. Maybe they have to give their kids to school in the morning. So there's not even as many people as would like to speak on this, I think, and I believe that a lot of these people would be against it. So I think that 87%, 89% against it is even a low estimate. I think that more people would be against it, and I really hope that you don't move forward with this. I would honestly have to move if that was the case, and I have the ability to do that potentially. Most of my neighbors do not. Thank you.
Thank you.
As you know, I'm Stephen Parr. When I was a kid, I hated math. I hated it. My math worksheets were covered on the back with drawings and stuff, and I liked art a lot more. As I got older, went to work construction, oil fields, whatnot, where you have to use a bit of math. I got pretty good at it. And I noticed that there are several numbers here, critical numbers, which are missing. One of them, considering that this meeting, one of the main points of this meeting is this plan that you have of forcing us out of our cars onto bicycles. I noticed that the number of you who rode your bicycles here tonight was 0. Beyond that, I noticed the critical thing, since this whole thing is about bike lanes, the one thing, as Ms. Moulton pointed out, the one number that was missing from the whole thing was how many bicycles use that route. And it was acknowledged that it's so few that you didn't feel like it was worth counting. Which right there is, I'm wondering, why has any money been expended on a study? If there's so few bicycles that use this route, what is the sense of wasting our time and our money on this whole process? It's ludicrous. The third number that's missing is the number of added vehicles which will be using that route once Kramer builds his several hundred unit development up there behind Redwood Fields on the McKay track. That's going to add a huge influx of traffic. Another number which missing is the number of vehicles that are going to be added when that development out there, I forget, it's a Southern California development company anyways. It's been in the works for years and years and years. 900 acres out there between Ridgewood and the golf course. That's supposed to add thousands of residents out there, thousands of cars a day. How do you expect them to get through a choked down one lane route? You're not looking. I believe you're well aware of all this. I just think you don't care because you're going to get a bunch of money to make bike lanes, and you're going to be able to feel good about yourself about being a green community. But the fact of the matter is that you have to look at reality. That is already a choke point. You've got thousands of extra cars coming in the next few years, and yet you want to reduce the traffic flow, the ability of that route to handle traffic by 50%. In the name of an unspecified numbers of bicycles. And the thing about it is that bicycles already, they say share the road, right? But what this is a classic example of hog the road. The traffic barely moves up through there at 20-25 anyways. Bicyclists keep up with traffic perfectly well. Anyone that wants to ride their bike up that way is not in danger of being run over by somebody doing 70. They coexist perfectly well as it is. And I see no reason for this whole ludicrous enterprise. It's just beyond me that you're even considering it.
Thank you.
My name's Rick Knapp, and I'm the president of the Humboldt Bay Bicycle Commuters Association. I live in the city, 211 Ponderosa Court. Just was thinking, listening to the last gentleman talk about the situation, the number of bikes. People don't think there are any bikes because they don't pay much attention to the bikes. But remember when we had no curb cuts on the sidewalks, and people said, why do we need to do this? There are no wheelchairs out there on those sidewalks. Yeah, because they hadn't learned how to climb up a 6-inch curb. So you have to provide facilities for them to do it. We heard Natalie talk about she doesn't feel comfortable. She rides a lot, I think. I see her a lot riding bikes, but she's not comfortable there. So that's something to think about. You have to feel comfortable in order to do it. Our letter that we submitted September 11th in support of this project considered a typical bike lane on the right side. If we build a left side bike path or bike lane, this will be the only one in the city. There's a certain advantage to having consistency. And I'm not, I think about me riding on Hodgson eastbound. Now I've got to cross a lane of traffic and get over into this other lane to the left. When I get to Hemlock, I have to cross the lane of traffic again because I'm on the left side of the vehicles. So I'm not convinced that this is a good way to go with a bike lane. I like being on the right side. And I want to give you just a little bit of personal information. In the last 20 years, I've ridden my bicycle 12 to 15 times a week in this corridor. So I'm out there all the time. I ride my bike. I take the lane. Luckily, I can still take the lane. I can't ride 25 miles an hour, and we saw that the speeds on some of these were up to 32 miles an hour. So I take the lane. But previously, I'm going to already run out of time. I used to be able to pull over, but we have an insatiable appetite for parking for the zoo and the park. So, and I see there's more and more. We need more parking. So I can't pull over like I used to. I have to take the lane. Unfortunately, most people don't feel like taking the lane. So they're squeezed between traffic and the car zone, or they're riding on the sidewalk and they're competing with the pedestrians there. So it's a difficult situation, and my time's up, but and I know that the situation at, can I say one more thing about Chester?
We have a lot of people. If you
While
could just
I'm
send us
walking,
yeah, sorry.
Chester is a zoo in itself because of the fact that traffic just stops there.
All right, thank you.
Well, I agree. The survey should have been done when the school was open. That's critical right there. Number two, there was no bike survey. How many accidents have you had in that area? Bicycle accidents. And why was it only done online survey? Why was it, you have thousands of people that live out there cutting that use these streets. Why wasn't it a full, complete survey sent to all of those people out there? And I think you have to consider too, Harris, when people want to come down Harris, say you're westbound and you want to turn, they're going to have traffic, especially at W Street. If you come all the way down Harris and you want to go on W Street, you got to cross Harris. I think it's going to increase the traffic accidents there. And also, who authorizes these surveys? Who comes up with them? And I want to know exactly how much this survey cost the taxpayers. Because I think if you consider the fact that it wasn't done during school time, then your survey is completely off. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Victoria Bryant, and I live in the neighborhood of the demonstration area. I would also love to see a school time demonstration, because it changes everything out there. Overall, from what I was able to observe from my house, I liked the demonstration and I support it. I thought that the one-way change helped reduce a lot of conflicts at the intersections involved, which can be pretty high conflict intersections, not only between two lanes of two-way traffic, but pedestrians and cyclists as well. Kind of like funneling everybody more or less going the same direction. Seemed like it helped a lot with safety. Also slowing down cars made things feel a lot safer. I know that in the presentation they said that the 85th percentile was pretty close to the speed limit, but we do get a lot of high speed individual outliers. And I don't think there were any during the demonstration that I was able to hear or see. Overall, I thought that it caused some disruption, which is to be expected, but I think that a lot of people would just end up rerouting themselves to have a smoother travel, and we're talking about a couple seconds or minutes, and I would love to have a big, beautiful bike lane out there. So thanks for your time.
Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Susan Johnson, and I live in Eureka, and I'm a member of the Eureka City School Board of Education, and this happens to be my trustee area where this is proposed. And I just wanted to speak to the concerns for the child safety, getting in and out of the cars with the passenger side being on the traffic side of the street instead of on the curb. And we talked about there being some buffers in between, so they're not getting right out into traffic. But then kids, and when it was kind of talked about, these cars aren't parked. These are cars pulling in to let kids out. And so then kids are having to walk between cars that are on and could move forward, while they're walking between. And so I think that's the main concern that I have, is the safety of the children coming in and out of the school. I also feel like we should have had a little bit more interaction with the school before today. I would think, when I say thank you to the city manager and to Mr. Gerving and to Leslie Castellano and my fellow board member and our superintendent, we all met, and our principal, who's back here as well, all met in front of the school today and talked about this. And I wish we could have done that before it was the day that it's on the council's decision list. Because I know that our principal here, she was taught my kids, so she's been there for 25 years as a teacher and now as an administrator, and she could have, and that person that said that they came and watched and evaluated the traffic, if they'd have gone into the building and talked to the people that are there and that have been dealing with this for 25 years and know what it's like, they could have gotten a lot more information, I think. And I do think it's really important that we have, if we go forward with this, that we do some kind of a study while school is in. So my ask of the council would be to not accept this tonight, and look at it further and see if we can mitigate those safety concerns for the children that are getting in and out of their cars. I totally understand. I'd like to see safe places on our streets for bicycles and for pedestrians and for everybody. I'm not against bike lanes. I just really want to make sure that the kids are safe getting in and out of their cars at school. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Heidi Kerr, and I also live close to that area. I often turn on W from Harris, and it's a very dangerous corner. My suggestion would be to include that in your proposal if this were to go forward, and to make a light there with the left-hand, turn light so that people felt safe making that decision. And I think that would take a lot of the pressure off of the Chester area, which is also right in front of the school. So making a plan to figure out a way to take some of the traffic off of Chester, I think would be a helpful thing. Anyway, that's my suggestion. I'm somewhat in favor of the proposal. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Reppold, and I'm here wearing two hats. I am the newest board member to the Eureka City School District, and I'm also a parent at this school at Washington. I have two little girls that attend there. And my biggest concern as a board member is the safety of our kids. The fact that, we weren't taking into consideration the fact that nothing was said to the school, the parents. We weren't asked. And I don't live in the district in that area. I live in Henderson Center. And so that paper that was sent to take the survey, that would never made it out to me. And I'm directly affected as a parent. So I think that it should have been brought up to the parents, the PTA, the school, and it wasn't up until today that we met. I also think a few things to consider is we have 500 kids at that school, and it's not kindergarten, I think is what they said, kindergarten through fifth grade. It's actually TK through fifth grade. And if you guys are aware, TK is changing. So pretty soon here, we're gonna have as young as 3-year-olds. And so take that into consideration, that our 3-year-olds are gonna be potentially getting off on that driver's side into street oncoming traffic or a bike lane, either or, because bikes go pretty fast too. And I'm not opposed to the bike lane. I encourage a bike lane. I just think that's not the proper location for it. And I also know that there was a lot of parents that really wanted to be here tonight. Thankfully, my spouse was able to take care of my kids, but that's not the case for every parent at that school. There's a lot of single parents that really wanted to be here, couldn't be here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tafasak Sibantong. I came here tonight as a parent of a Cutton family. I live across from Cutton School, and we travel that way several times a day, going home, taking kids to soccer and all that stuff. I think the study does need to be during the school time, and you have to consider the people that live in Cutton that use that. It's going to be more congested. And I don't think that the 23-second whatever doesn't account for that congestion. What if they're backed up like the San Francisco traffic? I think you guys need to do more study if you're going to do something drastic like this, and consider opposing it tonight. I also grew up here, and I'm very familiar with the area since I was 6, so I like it the way it is. In my opinion, it works. And I agree with this gentleman right here about his points. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, one more thing. Cutton School District, we have about 600 students, and about half of that is inter-district transfer. So parents are coming into our school district, probably mostly from that route direction. Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Mueller, and first of all, I'm generally in favor of setting up some kind of way for bike and peds to move around easier in that area. If you want to go from Eureka to Cutton, there's really 2 ways to do it. You can go all the way out to Elk River Road and come back that way, or you can take Walnut and this couplet area that we're talking about right here. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, as a bicyclist, it would be nice to be able to ride to places I want to get to. For example, I used to bring my daughter out to Cutton, 2 rides a day on my bike and the trailer out through there. And that road, pretty much you just have to take the lane on W Street and on Dolbyer coming back, because there's no real room there. And I don't know, I'm brave, but a lot of people are not into, are afraid to do that sort of thing. So I guess I want to encourage the city to look at making this route available for all forms of travel. And on the issue of kids getting out of their car on the right side, if they can sit in the back seat, that's good, because then they can get on the left side. And if they have to get out on the right, something that drivers can do is to wait and not drive away until their kid has carefully and safely walked over onto the sidewalk. And by their car being there, it makes it so people can't drive through that zone of where the kid is walking back to the sidewalk. It's kind of, like an automatic roadblock if you just sit there and wait till your child gets out of the car. Just a suggestion for parents later if this should happen. But I encourage this. I think there probably are some things that would need to be changed to make it really work well. But I love the idea that we're looking at multimodal and making it so any kind of travel works well throughout our city. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we take our next comment, which we'll continue to, we have at least a half an hour of more comments based on the hands I see on Zoom. It's 9:30. Can I get a motion to extend this meeting? I also want to remind you we have two ordinance and resolution after this as well.
I move to extend the meeting till 10:30.
I'll second.
Thank you. All in favor? You just want to give a thumbs up, or we're voting officially. Perfect. It looks like we're good. Thank you very much. You could go ahead and come forward now. Sorry, that was just a piece of procedural business.
I didn't want to cut in front of Rex in case he had something to say. I'm Lisa Hockaday, and first off, this is huge, and I just want to say thank you for considering this. Thank you for studying it. And thank you for the emphasis on high quality bicycle infrastructure. I work at Caltrans, and I'm the bicycle and pedestrian coordinator over there. I'm not here in that capacity, however. I'm here as a private citizen, but I wanted you to know that I have some experience in these matters and some knowledge. And we have this incredible opportunity to make a big difference in how things run over there. I lived on Bainbridge the entire time that my daughter went to school at Washington School. Bainbridge is right across the street from the ballpark. And I longed for a better solution than what we have here, and we have an opportunity to restripe the road to make it easier for bicyclists and pedestrians. And already those are people who are vulnerable road users, but we're talking about children too, which are the most vulnerable of the vulnerable. So if we can do something to make things safer for them, it will encourage them to ride more. It will, it would have helped me as a parent to feel more comfortable sending my daughter off on her bicycle to ride those couple blocks to school. So I just want to say that if that came to be and we restriped it to accommodate an easier facility for bicycles and pedestrians, then we might not see the congestion that the demonstration showed, because you might consider that some of the parents will be sending their kids to school on their bikes. They don't have to drop them off anymore. Kids can go to school on their bikes. It reduces congestion. There's a reason why you don't see many bicyclists there now. I rode every day, but it was uncomfortable. And I'm one of the, I consider myself one of the fearless riders. It's not a facility that helps people feel comfortable out there right now. And there's so many attractions, the school, the zoo, the ballpark, that are attracting families and kids. If further study is done, I would like to recommend actually getting bicycle and pedestrian counts. You might not see any now, but you'll be able to compare what the project will do.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening, Rex Bone. Thank you guys for your service. I've had 63 years of riding bicycles in this area, but with that being aside, and I still do it, my issue with this is I have got well over 100 phone calls on this because a majority of the people traveling those streets are in the unincorporated area of Eureka, whereas Eureka enjoys them shopping at Costco, Target, all the different variations of shopping that you allow that we don't allow, not that we don't allow, we don't have out in that area. Our Public Works Department was kind of left out of this. I guess we called one person, but our director didn't know anything about it. I did not know a thing about it till the day it was happening. And my phone started ringing, and I said, what? And I had no idea. Now, I implemented about 2.5 years ago putting a stoplight in Oak and F and had a public meeting outside the city limits. But I invited city officials to it. I have included city council members in it outside. You're not paying for any of it or anything else. This feeds into the corner, and I've heard a lot about Hemlock and Walnut. Hemlock and Walnut is not a problem since we've made major changes there. We do have a backload of traffic from 8 till 8:20 and in the afternoons. But I really would love to have a meeting or something, even if it's, I don't know how we can do this, where we talk to the residents of Cutton, because it is not 86%. If there was an election happening in 6 weeks and 86% of the people didn't want something, the vote would be somewhat different. So, Councilmember Moulton, thank you for answering the tough questions. Why would you funnel places, kids and cars together where it's not happening now? I spent some time. Now, what's funny is 15 years ago, 18 years ago, 20 years ago, Miles is right, I was in favor of this idea, or at least wanted to talk about it. The former traffic engineer of Eureka said it doesn't happen. Nobody would ever approve that many one-way streets around a school because the kids just can't accept the fact and of that being narrowed down. I called him yesterday and he says, I can't believe that they would do that now. So with that, I think we're talking about study, and I heard there's a potential, and there's a probably. I need more definitive when we make something. And I would like to at least, we have the city county meetings that I'd never heard this come up. But we talk about Oak and F. So I just think a little more collaboration, because you are going to need to feed into our intersection to make this happen. Thank you guys very much.
Thanks, Rex.
I always wonder what that view looked like.
It goes a lot faster from that side, doesn't it?
Good evening. I won't say good night, because that's where I'd like to be right now, and I know you all would too. So thank you for your service. Thank you for being up here. Appreciate that. My name is Dr. Fred Van Vleck. I'm the superintendent of Eureka City Schools. I have Terry Silvers here, who is the principal of Washington Elementary. I am not a traffic expert. I guarantee that Terry is not a traffic expert. However, we are school experts. I've been around construction of schools. I've been around construction of drop-offs. I've been around school traffic now for over 25 years personally. You've heard the pros and cons that are here. The couple of points that I want to make is the increased traffic around schools. Why do we want to put more traffic around students? It just doesn't make sense. You saw that there was 2 accidents one involving a bike versus a vehicle and one involving a pedestrian. Both of those were students, since I've been in the district as a superintendent. So anytime cars and students are around each other, it poses a much higher risk. Now, right now we have about 2 minutes left. I know this is a little bit unorthodox, but the Brown Act certainly allows this. There's never been an opportunity for the school district to be a part of the conversation. We also have the 2+2 meetings where the school district comes in and meets with the city. This has never come up in that context at all. So I just want to open it up to all of you so you can tap into some of our expertise to talk about any questions you might have.
After public comment, if you'd like to stick around, we can use you as an expert.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to reiterate, we were really concerned about the safety of the students getting out on that side. I know the bike lane's there, but then right now the way it's set up, the parents would then just pull out, and we have kids, that could be crossing in front or behind. The bike lanes right there, they're going to be trying to hurry to get to that road. And I'm just really concerned about the kids that are trying to bike. If they're trying to go that way to Zane, which would be heading that direction, there should be kids on that pathway. And then my students getting in and out of their cars there. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. All right. Now it looks like we're going to move to Zoom. And I can't read that first name. Is it A. Christensen?
A. Christensen.
Okay.
Hi there. So I actually, until fairly recently, worked at Washington School and Sequoia Park, and I think I actually see at least one of my kids' parents here on Zoom, which is nice. Unlike most of the school staff and most of the parents, I would be walking to approach the school because I take transit. And I, as a full-sized adult, have had some close calls.
Uh-oh, you froze. Oh, no.
You're frozen.
Yeah, so why don't you try to, Pam, could we have her call in somewhere and then we can move on and get back to her?
Yeah, or if she turns off her video.
Yeah.
Can you try to turn off your video? Oh, we made the whole thing go away. It was us?
Uh-oh. Should we call a recess?
Oh, no.
Should we take a 5-minute break?
Okay, that'd be great. Thanks. But I'm sorry, I don't know your first name. A. Christensen. Go ahead and start over. You'll get your full 3 minutes back.
Okay. So as I was saying, I actually worked at Washington School and Sequoia Park for a little over 2 years. I see some of my kids' parents in the Zoom gallery here. Hi, I miss them. I am very concerned about safety around Washington School because for me as a full-grown adult, walking from a few blocks away from wherever the closest bus stop was, I have had close calls, especially at Chester and Hodgson, where Hodgson makes that zigzag. It's really hard to tell if a car is turning towards you or just turning into that zigzag. I've had distracted drivers right there at the corner of Chester and Dolbyer, right outside the school, where I've had to yell at them. So this is something I'm really worried about with the kids because they're smaller, they're not as loud. So whatever happens with this, I do want to see safety improvements around the school, being raised crosswalks, or speed tables, maybe more pedestrian lighting. I don't know. But I definitely want to see it. I do object to the characterization of bike lanes as being buffers. Bike lanes by themselves are not buffers. They are travel lanes for bikes. They don't exist for cars to crash into. If we are going to add bike lanes, they need to be bollard protected, not flexible posts, not lines painted on the ground. Lines painted on the ground do not stop a car from hitting a bike or from, going up onto the sidewalk and hitting a person. I don't know whether parking protected bike lanes have been explored for this project. That's kind of the best of both worlds. We end up with somewhat of a barrier protection, or we can have a separate barrier protection while still maintaining parking. Let's see here. I know transit is a little bit of an issue with this. As a red route rider, I would happily have my red route diverted in order to have safer streets and safer bike lanes. And again, whatever happens with this, I think better signage in the neighborhood to direct people to the zoo would help with bikes, pedestrians, and transit users being able to get there. I think it would also be a great idea to survey the parents of Washington and ask them what they would need to feel safe dropping their kids off 2 or 3 blocks away instead of right in front. Do they need crossing guards? Do they need those raised crosswalks?
Thank you very much.
Yep.
Alrighty. All right. Next, I think it just says K. It has Trillium on the picture.
Good evening. Thank you. Can you
Go
hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. All right. I would very much like the council to move forward with this proposal and then consider other things people have brought up, including especially making Chester Street one way, because having property on Chester Street, I definitely saw the change the first week in August, and there is no reason to increase the traffic around the school. But I also really wanted to comment about, well, it is my concern for students, you know, safety is my concern for students, but as it is now, it's not safe. Even with the pull through that the school put in, parents currently drop off kids from both sides of Chester and Dolbyer. So I think the complaints about how this change to one-way streets would not make it safe for students is, I don't understand it. But I also don't understand people from Cutton saying that it's going to be a problem, because as it is now, with the stop signs, the hard stops for the transition from Hemlock to Walnut would be, I would imagine, somewhat alleviated, and the flow of traffic to and from Cutton through that Hemlock Walnut area would, in my mind, become so smooth, it would be great. And I bicycle mostly W and also Dolbyer all the time. And W is extremely dangerous for bicyclists. And I just want to point out that the other people who have commented this evening, who actually, Ms. Bryant, who actually lives in the area, on the streets involved, and Mrs. Kerr, who lives just off the streets involved, we are saying this is a good idea. I think the potential for a light at W and Harris is possible because Harris takes a little jog there. And I love Ms. Bryant saying that there are definitely high-speed individual outliers. It's just perfectly worded. Sometimes people on Chester, even the 2 blocks of Chester, go extremely fast. And Ms. Hockaday, a former resident on Bainbridge, also in favor of this. So please do move forward with this proposal. But I do have one question about why the one-way streets weren't connected all the way to Harris, if that was considered or if that's potentially on the table, because I think it would be important.
Thank you very much. Next, it looks like Miss Martin.
Hello. Can you hear me?
We can.
Well, hi. My name is Molly Martin, and I have commuted by bicycle my entire life. In fact, I moved to Eureka because it is a bicycle-friendly town. I am in favor of the couplet. I cycle through there frequently, and it is very scary. Adding these protected bike lanes will increase the number of cyclists and decrease congestion for everyone. It does seem like one of the designs has the parents driving across the bike lane in order to get to the drop-off zone. It looks like the drop-off is on the left and you had the bike lane. I do think that's kind of a bad idea. If people are having to drive across a bike lane to drop off kids, perhaps the bike lane could be on the right and put the drop off on the left. Please make Eureka safer by adding these bicycle lanes. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Caroline Griffith.
Good evening. Caroline Griffith. I'm a resident of Eureka and a bicycle commuter, and I am in support of the couplet. I think it's really fabulous to think about connecting this area, which has been referred to multiple times in this meeting as a gem, to the rest of the city, and also connecting it with Cutton and making all of this easier for folks to get around by bicycle. I often ride those streets, and I do see immense benefit, not so much to myself, because I am one of those few that is bold enough to do this, but really for people who are interested in cycling but are afraid to do so in that area. When I ride from Hodgson to W to Walnut, I almost never see other cyclists. And so that collision data that Scott shared makes a lot of sense to me, that there are few bicycle related collisions on that street because there just aren't a lot of people who are riding bikes there. Yet that could totally change. And so that area is really tough because cyclists are vulnerable from multiple directions. So they have the cars that are sharing the same lane as you, and then the cars that are parked, because the street is really narrow. So you have to actually be on guard about being doored by people who are getting out of their cars and who aren't looking for cyclists. But like the gentleman earlier from the bicycle commuters, like I personally take the lane because I'm comfortable doing so. But if we actually want to encourage more people to cycle, we have to make comfortable cycling infrastructure. So changing the streets to add bike lanes, and I would totally suggest that these be protected bike lanes, can make it so more people opt to bike or walk to the school or to the park or the zoo, and could actually result in fewer cars on the road and less congestion. One of the reasons that I frequent that area is to watch a friend's child while they play softball, which totally opened my eyes to how dangerous that street can be for pedestrians, especially for children. I'm a pretty spry adult, and so I generally feel comfortable dashing across the street. But when pushing a stroller, that's a whole nother situation, because as has been mentioned, people do drive fast on these streets. They use it as a connector. And because the visibility is low because there's all of the parking there. So making streets one way, slowing the traffic down, and adding improvements like crosswalks and bump outs could do a whole lot to make this more comfortable for folks who are going to the park and the zoo or the garden or school. And one potential issue that actually the two people right in front of me just mentioned is a conflict between cyclists in the bike lane by the school if folks are driving through the bike lane in order to drop students off. But I will say that that is also something I've encountered biking down J Street in front of the high school. So I think that when the city does do its bike plan, we need to think about how to deal with that throughout the city. And, you know, as I was leaving a softball game at Hartman during the pop-up, a friend and I were discussing just navigating unfamiliar streets. And they were like, yeah, this is annoying right now, but if this changed in a year, I would probably like it, and I wouldn't even remember that it had ever been different.
Thank
So
you,
I would encourage
Caroline.
you to make the change. Thanks.
All right, Colin Fisk.
Thanks. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Colin Fisk, I'm the Executive Director of CRTP, the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities. As you know, we represent a number of organizational members as well as hundreds of individual members and supporters, many of them living right here in Eureka. I want to assure you that the basic concept that's before you of reducing the lanes, adding bikeways, and improving pedestrian crossings is fundamentally sound. It's based on proven transportation planning principles and a large evidence base showing that design measures like these dramatically increase safety. So it's a little surprising to me to hear that some people oppose it on the grounds of safety. It seems, as you've heard, that a lot of this is about parents dropping their kids off at school on the wrong side of the vehicle. And that concern is a bit confusing to me, since public health experts strongly recommend that kids under 12 sit in the back seat of a vehicle for safety. And from the back seat, you can generally exit either side. But I think the bigger issue is that those parents have to drive their kids in the first place, presumably because they don't feel safe letting their kids walk or bike to school. I learned recently that most Japanese elementary schools actually prohibit parents from driving their kids to school because the vehicles endanger the other kids. And that kind of thinking might seem a little foreign to us now, but the data would actually support it here, because car crashes are the leading cause of death for American kids. And this arms race that we've been having with ever larger vehicles and roads and driveways and parking lots, trying to secure the vehicle occupants at the expense of everyone else, is not working. But this project doesn't propose anything as drastic as requiring other ways to get to school, It's just a modest street redesign that takes a small but important step toward increasing safety for kids and for everyone else too. You know, as well as I do, that Eureka is experiencing a traffic safety crisis, and kids here, like kids everywhere, are among the most vulnerable road users. And obviously there are a lot of kids who use this area already. It's unacceptable that the parents of those kids don't feel safe letting them walk or bike to school or to a friend's house or some other nearby destination. This project is, I think, exactly the kind of thing we need to change that to start remaking our streets to be more kid-friendly. That said, there are two changes that I would request to the conceptual design that staff have proposed. One is to add that physical vertical separation between the bikeway and the car lane. The evidence shows that kind of element not only provides physical protection, but also makes people feel more comfortable, slows down traffic, makes streets safer. Second is not to put the bikeway on the left where cars have to cross it to reach the drop-off zone, which will make it pretty unusable during certain times of day. But with those few tweaks, I hope that we'll move forward and get a little bit closer to having a safe, healthy, and family-friendly city. Thank you.
Thank you. Aisha Vader?
Hi, my name's Alicia Vader, and I'm a resident of Eureka. I do not live within the demonstration area. However, we do utilize it multiple times per day. And I just wanted to start off with thanking everyone for all of the thought and the work that went into this plan and this demonstration. When Mr. Ellsmore was presenting state school data, I didn't hear any data about the 5 other schools who use this pathway. The Glen Paul School, Winship, Cutton, and Ridgewood, and in the other direction, Eureka High students, in addition to the already mentioned Cutton Fields. I believe that if you operated the demonstration during school hours, as many have already said, the impact would be even greater. I realize these numbers are likely captured in the numbers that were tallied before school got out. However, the impact was not felt when you collected the numbers. As I stated, I don't live in that general area, but we do travel through that area more than 10 times a week. In addition, I did use this area to attend softball games, to visit the zoo. We did ride our bikes in the area all during the demonstration. And I still feel that the benefits do not outweigh the safety concerns that we're finding right now. During the demonstration, vehicle travel distance changes due to the one-way operation. It didn't account for only the direct feet to time calculation. While you guys are kind of planning this bike route around the city, I would recommend improving bike routes that people use as commuters. And I have heard that multiple regular bike commuters have spoken up today in favor, but there are so many other routes that lead to work and to stores for people that are not safe around our city. And I'm thinking just Harrison in general is really not a safe place to ride our bikes. And one of the big reasons why we do not ride our bikes as a family more often is there is very little safe place to park our bikes around the city. And so that is a concern as well. So also all of this to increase parking, or, that was one of the big touted benefits, but how many spaces will we really be adding to that Dolbyer side of the street in order for this whole plan? I couldn't imagine it be more than 40. So thank you for your time. Thank you guys for your consideration.
Thank you. And sorry I couldn't read your name. It's very small.
That's okay. Yeah, it's okay. We've all lived in Zoom for 2 years. We understand.
Una Smith. Oh, now I
Thank
can
you very
see.
much. This is Una Smith. I am the Senior Regional Planner for the Humboldt County Association of Governments, which is the regional transportation planning agency. We would like to commend the City of Eureka, staff and decision makers, and also the public for chiming in, but to thank the city for considering this concept and for deliberating on these design proposals. As your staff mentioned, it is really hard to change the infrastructure we have now to be multimodal, but it is a fundamental goal of the Regional Transportation Planning Agency, HCOG. We have just updated our regional transportation plan, which is a 20-year long-range plan, and complete streets have been a goal of that plan, which covers all the, as you know, covers all the cities and the county of Humboldt. And the complete streets have been a goal for 12 years, if not more. And what strikes me as looking at the illustrations of right-of-way from curb to curb, for many of our streets and the illustration I saw tonight, under existing conditions, oops, I'm sorry. That is my alarm clock to say it's time to go to bed. 100% of the asphalt is for all practical purposes, really for motorized travel, mostly for cars and also for transit buses. And to get a real multimodal, livable community, we're going to have to share that streetscape. So I think from a lot of these designs, what is being proposed is really about 25% of that asphalt being for other modes of transportation. And that is something we support. And then just very quickly, other than supporting the complete streets policies of the RTP, looking at complete streets projects as the staff's design does, it also supports the Vision Zero targets that the RTP has in bringing in many of the safety countermeasures that have been tested by federal research and state research and shows that increases safety for travelers. And this would also support a target that the Regional Transportation Plan has for building more 20-minute neighborhoods, which is kind of the new flash words for just having more multimodal communities where people can get to their primary destinations and attractions without the use of a car.
Thank you, Una.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Brett? And I don't know, it just looks like a bunch of letters up there. So, Grotemeyer, thank you. Are you there, Brett? Why don't we skip over and we'll go to Elaine Astrew?
Hi, good evening. I lived in this area until a couple of years ago, right before the pandemic began. And I biked and walked and drove in this area every day, basically. And so I am not surprised. I was not caught by, but surprised by the solution and the couplet demo that the city has put together. Because I have been following the Beta Zoo Trail discussions, and I gave comment on the Sequoia analysis for that project, and also I gave public comment on the dangerous conditions of the status quo today on W and Dolbyer Street, and I said that they were unfit for a continuation of the Beta Zoo Trail. And so I want to say thank you very much to the City of Eureka for listening to my Sequoia comments and public comments at that trail meeting and considering what a solution could be. I only knew that the status quo is dangerous for people who are not in cars, and I couldn't envision a solution. And I think they've come up with the beginnings of a very good solution for this area, which I find to be incredibly dangerous to be in on a bike, and I don't choose to bike or walk there voluntarily. So I just wanted to say thanks to the city for listening to me and for doing a good job.
Thank you very much. And I see we've got Brett on camera, so you get to be the last person,
Hi.
I believe. Thanks.
Oh, great. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. I'm on my phone and I'm in a hotel room in Redding, California, but I am a resident of Eureka, and I live in the area near the demonstration project, and I'm the vice president of the Humboldt Bay Bicycle Commuters Association. And I ride my bike in the area, and the streets are not comfortable to ride. I am a fearless rider, and I can take the lane in that, but it's even then it's not comfortable. I don't feel comfortable taking the lane and having drivers kind of breathing down my neck because I'm holding them up, and I try not to hold them up, but I try to move over where there's gaps in the parking. But like Rick Knapp mentioned, on W Street there's all the tourists, and it's wonderful. We have all these tourists going to the zoo and Redwood, the Redwood Skywalk. It's just great, but it removes opportunities to move out of the way. And then there were some comments about the development in Cutton and the people living in Cutton, and that's only going to get worse. And what I wanted to mention was that I work from home too, and I see people riding past the house all the time on bikes. And they're going from Harrison, Manzanita to Dolbyer, and they're going to Cutton, and they're going to from Harris to Cutton. And so we need a high quality bikeway connecting Walnut to Harris Street, and we need it today, and we're going to need it even more when we start getting all more development in Cutton, so that people can take their bikes. And this project addresses the need for a high quality bikeway between Walnut and Harris Street. And I also agreed with the comments made by Colin Fisk about how the CDC recommends that the children 12 and under ride in the back seat. So the issues about them getting out on the passenger side is really not that's addressed by that. And I kept hearing about traffic and the concern about the kids and around the vehicles, and his comment about the Japanese and how they ban vehicles around the school. And there's some initiatives called the School Street Initiative, developed and started in the UK, about banning vehicles in the streets immediately adjacent to the school. And there's also the slow streets initiatives, and those can be looked up online. But Seattle, Washington, and Boston are a couple of cities in the U.S. that are implementing those initiatives to eliminate the hazard of the vehicles around the schools during the pickup and drop off times. So I think I covered all my points there. But yeah, I just wanted to reemphasize that we really need a high quality bikeway connecting Walnut Street to Harris Street, and this project addresses that need. And whether the bikeway's on the right side or the left side, there's pros and cons to both. And I think the city staff did an excellent job, and I think they can help figure it out with us. Okay.
Thank you very much. All righty. And it looks like we got one more person. It looks like a Philip. Thank you.
This is a nice first iteration traffic adjustment in support of multimodal safety in this area. Residents of the area have spoken in support. It is an area with significant investment by the people of Eureka. It is necessarily used as a road for point A-B travel by many citizens, and it is also a destination with primary draw of families and children. The streets are places for people, roads move cars. This compromise plan intends to serve all and satisfies none. I'm not perfectly satisfied, but I think it's an excellent compromise with open concerns that will need to be mitigated. I'm in support of the change. We must start somewhere. I find that it is not presently safe for my family to use any mode of transportation other than automobile to get to this destination. Buffered bicycle lanes are not ideal for the sense of safety I see, based on my roadside and driving experience in this area. And I hope we find a way to further iterate so we can safely raise active, healthy, productive citizens. So thank you to all in service of the city. who made this study possible, and I am in favor of this step toward transportation equity. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And I believe that is the last public comment. So I am going to close public comment. I'm going to take a check. This is a big topic to wrap up in 20 minutes. Do we want to consider a special meeting to continue this? Do we feel like we could take care of it in 20 minutes? I mean, Councilmember Burgell?
I would like to see what we can accomplish in the next 20 to 45 minutes. And then any new business further from this that we do postpone until Thursday. Because it's hard to make decisions at 11:30 at night.
Yeah, I do want to check also with staff and see if there's any time-sensitive stuff that is on the agenda. You said we can postpone the coastal, but not the Pearson. Or
Well, if KG can respond to this, but I think that the coastal tax owner, the reason why we want to do that is because if we get it completed, we can get it on the Coastal Commission agenda, and we'd need that signed by, was it Wednesday? By Friday. So that way we're not waiting a whole nother month to have limited regulations on the text amendment for coastal signs. That should be very quick. It's the second reading. And I would say the same thing for the Pearson property. I don't think that's as time sensitive, but it should be very quick. And the other item, which would be lengthier, would be the general plan update, and that can be postponed. It wouldn't even have to be heard on Thursday. That could be postponed to the following council meeting in October.
And then we would also need your travel reports from any of our council members who traveled. It can be brief, just where you traveled and what the purpose was.
Councilmember Moulton?
I think that there's a lot of details for us to work out that, if we're going to go forward with this, that there's probably a lot of nuances in, how everything is arranged that we're going to probably want to talk about. I'd be in favor of moving this item to a special meeting, with apologies to everybody who came out just to talk about this. But we do, there's a lot to it I think we need to get into.
We are automatically have this meeting can be per our Eureka Municipal Code. We can extend to Thursday. It basically adjourn this meeting until Thursday, and it's already noticed within our EMC.
Would it be possible to put this item on hold, take care of those faster items, so that on Thursday all we're talking about is this? But we'd also have to do the local coastal thing. I don't want to.
No, like I said, the local coastal program the local coastal program update can wait until October. We just renotice it again as a part of the regular meeting.
Mayor, can I don't know if you can see me, so I thought
I can. Thank you for speaking up.
Okay. I think it makes sense to continue the meeting to another date and pick it up from there. I think, there's a lot to digest here, like Katie said, and but I think it might be helpful to provide a little bit of input to staff about what we'd like to hear a little more information about. I don't know if staff agree, but I think that would be helpful. I mean, I for one would like to hear more about some of the ideas that came from the meeting with the school, and there are engineering solutions to almost all of the problems that were identified tonight. So I don't think that, there's also just concern about doing something different than we're used to, and what the impacts of that will be, some potential unknowns there. But I hear a lot of things that I think are very clear engineering solutions. So if we could, get a little bit more information about how to address some of those concerns, that would be in our next meeting. I would find that really helpful.
Okay, so how about I propose this? We talk about this for another half an hour, and everything else gets bumped to the Thursday meeting. Okay, because Natalie was saying she wanted to give some direction so that staff can prepare before Thursday.
If Councilmember Roy, if I'm understanding her correctly, is basically get an understanding of what was said in public comment about safety issues and other issues that were brought up, that staff bring back potential engineering solutions that could be made available in order to address those issues as a part of that next meeting. Is that correct, Councilmember Arroyo?
Yeah, I don't even think we have to go into great detail. I think hopefully, if it would be helpful to say what I heard, I'm happy to do that. But I think we all heard, some of the same concerns expressed about pickup drop off, about, about parking protected versus not, and so exploring a couple of those alternatives and being prepared to talk more about them on Thursday sounds good to me. I don't think staff have to, come up with engineered drawings before then, but at least, being able to continue the conversation with a little more information about those issues would be nice.
Yeah, and I think that is, we've already had discussions about that based on our meeting that we had with Eureka City Schools today. So some of that's already been done, so that shouldn't be difficult to do by Thursday.
Okay, but what you are asking, Councilmember Arroyo, is that we have just a few minutes today to state what we would like them to be thinking about, because we either have to figure out if we're going to try to take care of the rest of the business and do only this on Thursday, or if we're going to just try to push through on Thursday and do all the different things.
My preference, I think I heard Kim say something similar, but my preference would be to extend the meeting until potentially 11 and to say a couple of, get out there a few things that we want to hear more information about, which staff may or may not be able to prepare by Thursday, but at least we can articulate what those things are that we need more information about to make a decision, and then knock out the items that we have left. I don't know if that's overly optimistic, but that would be my suggestion.
Okay, everybody can get like 3 to 5 minutes. So can you synthesize what you want to say in 3 to 5 minutes to pass on so that we could take care of some of that other business beforehand? And if you need some time to sort of get those thoughts together so you could be really succinct, I could start with somebody else, or I could start with you.
I'm sorry, are you talking to me?
Yeah, but now Councilmember Moulton has her hand up.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm just ready, but did you have something?
Please go ahead.
Okay, we'll start with Councilmember Castellano. We'll move down the road. Sorry. It's on to you, Councilmember Castellano.
Okay, that wasn't my intent, but yes, I'm going for it. Okay, so my suggestions actually would just be a little bit different, but anyway, I do think it would be great to have kind of a study session to address some of these things. I'm like over here poring over maps, and I'm just like, my biggest concern is like, how are these bike lanes going to continue on to other traffic patterns? Anyway, I have some ideas. I feel like it might be beneficial to kind of have just like a deeper study with this that would include Eureka City Schools and, maybe someone from the County Public Works Department. That being said, I like the idea of parking protected bike lanes with maybe like some sort of signal, when someone's crossing there. One thing I learned today, only about 20 children ride the bus at Washington School, which I think is kind of mind-blowing still. But also 60% of kids are transferring into the district. So that's just something to kind of think about. But there's definitely room for change there. I do think we need to think about, just larger planning about how the city of Eureka relates to Cutton and kind of looking at systems in terms of like traffic and transit and, housing and development. So that's something, bigger issue. That's good for now.
Thank you, Councilmember Moulton.
I also like parking protected bike lanes. It feels weird, but it just makes so much sense when you actually are riding in one. My suggestion or my question, if this would work, is what if you had Chester be a one-way going west to east? So Chester in front of Washington School being a one-way going from W to Dolbyer. It would eliminate it as a useful cut across for commuters and basically make it so that only people on that block or going to the school would have any reason to go there. And it would have kids getting out on the passenger side regardless of which seat of the car that they're in. So that's my suggestion. Chester one way from west to east.
I can actually answer that one tonight. I don't think that would be a good option for us to consider too much. First off, there is a very well protected, very well constructed drop-off area on the school's property off of Chester Street. So parents who do want to utilize an on-premise drop-off with passenger side access, they can do that. And I think I recall that the school utilizes that for their younger kids, and families with older kids might use the other areas. But the issue with Chester Street being one-way eastbound from W to Dolbyer is that it would preclude vehicles coming north on Dolbyer from making that left-hand movement and then utilizing streets like S Street, I Street, E Street to get back into the gridded network, and instead would funnel them all out to Dolbyer and Harris, or they could choose to go over to Harris and Harrison. The problem with that is that both those W and Dolbyer intersections coming from the south are kind of tricky to exit and cross Harris Street or turn onto Harris Street, especially turning left to go west into the city. They've been problems in terms of what can we do about this situation for a long, long time. And a signal isn't an easy solution because of visibility. There's really not a great solution that's been identified for those intersections. So greatly increasing the traffic volume on that Dolbyer and Harris intersection with a bunch of northbound traffic, I think would be something we would strongly recommend against.
Thank you. I'm going to move over to Councilmember Bauer.
Thank you. I'm kind of leaning to something that Councilmember Castellano said about the need for maybe some study session, or like Transportation Safety Committee taking a look at this before we continue. I look at the amount of comments we got, and it was roughly 50-50 for and against. This is a really challenging, difficult question. So my thought is it goes to the Traffic and Safety Commission. We have a meeting with the county, with the city of Eureka, city schools, and look at this in more depth before making a decision. And then probably one of the things that really jumped out at me during the presentation was this conclusion of this project is considered feasible. To me, that means it's not like this is a great idea. This is something that is feasible, which isn't exactly make me excited about it. I think we need to make our streets safe for everybody, all users, absolutely. But that just kind of jumped out at me. Maybe that's something to discuss on Thursday. Like, is this the best option if it's just a feasible project? So that's kind of where I'm at. I've heard a lot. I have a lot more to say, but as far as giving direction to staff, I think what I said is what I'd like to see. Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Burgell.
I agree. It would be nice to have the Transportation Safety Commission be able to weigh in on this. But the things that I heard in public comment that seemed to be, it's very late, but that stuck with me. I would like to hear more about protected bike lanes and what that would look like with emergency, because as I asked earlier, it seemed that Director Gerving, that without having that protected piece, the fire department could actually use the bike lane to get around traffic that wasn't, wouldn't move over, couldn't move over. Secondly, I would be really interested in looking at the closure of Russell. Being also interested in the increased volume on feeder streets. And lastly, and maybe most importantly, I would be interested in looking at, when I asked the question about, is there any mitigation for these kids as far as, you know, having to walk between cars? No, there isn't. But I'm curious, if we change to the right side instead of the left, if that might make a difference. I don't know for certain, but it seems that may be an option that could suit everybody's needs.
All right, Councilmember Arroyo.
Well, I heard a couple things here. One of them is the suggestion that we have study sessions with these other agencies, which I think is a great idea. But if that is the direction we're going to move and it's going to go to the Transportation Safety Commission first, then maybe we should not meet on Thursday to talk just about this. Maybe we should follow that process. But anyway, that's something to consider. And I like that idea, honestly, because it would give it the time and attention it deserves. And I think there's a lot to unpack here, so it might be a more regimented approach to that for us. However, things that I'd like a little bit to have teased out a little bit more are, you know, the pros and cons of one-way versus two-way streets. We talked a little bit about it, but I understand that, you know, ultimately, like one-way streets, there, you know, there's one direction of travel to be looking for by and large, and so there's often lower levels of pedestrian injuries or collisions, fatalities, but that traffic can go faster at times, and so, you know, how would we mitigate that? That's one thing I'd like to explore. And then just, you know, thinking about ways to deal with the drop-off and pickup, which I've observed a lot of drop-off and pickup at local schools from the perspective of helping with improving safe routes to schools and safety on school campuses in the past. I've helped observe that many, many times at many schools, and often the behavior that's the most problematic is parents who are driving. So there could be available funding to identify engineering solutions and education solutions to help improve that matter. So just something to throw out there. I'm not sure if we need staff to bring back information about it, but I know that that's the case, that there's funding for that, and that's often kind of the root of the problem. So that's also addressable. And yeah, I mean, traffic calming ideas for the one-ways, if we were to go that route, would be helpful to understand. But I'm open to either meeting on Thursday or kind of going through an iterative process of a couple of meetings with different entities and then it coming back.
So on that, I would like to say the Transportation Safety Committee has not been meeting so much because it's barely got enough people in it for quorum if everybody shows up. So anybody who is listening or who is here and has a lot of opinions about road safety, please apply for the Transportation Safety Commission. It's been really hard to get people interested in it, and it's such an important topic. So that's my plug for that. All right, let's. Councilmember Castellano.
Sorry. I just want to say, I think there could even be possibilities of diverting the bike lane down Russell to Harrison and not having it go in front of the school at all and having a huge, giant drop-off area. Just something else to think about. But also, yeah, I like the idea of study session. But also, I really wanted to say that this is so exciting to have so many people here making comment and talking about difference, and I just love it. Though it's difficult, I'm super thankful to staff and everyone who's been here because I've really missed having this kind of level of public engagement during the pandemic, and I'm just, super thankful.
So we've had several people who are interested in a study session, which would be not on Thursday. Is that an option from staff? Is there a deadline that you need to meet?
No, there's the only thing is that it'll delay any sort of further striping that's going on out there, and it would be in the state that it's in right now because we use thermoplast striping, and if we did something temporary, it would be tearing up the streets in order to rechange it if council should choose one way or the other. So that's the one thing, is that the striping wouldn't be good. We'd need to make sure that whatever the timing is, we're still under contract with the contractor that is currently under contract with. I will say that the Transportation and Safety Commission, we do have 2 new members. If they are able to meet, it won't be until October. So that's a good lay. I think it's the second, I don't know, but it's at least, midway through October, if that's council's direction. Special study session, we could do as a meeting on Thursday and not have it be a decision and just be a special study session, and then bring it back at another date. I would like to address what Councilmember Bauer said about feasibility. That comment as it relates to feasibility is based on the fact that the study and the data that was put in there demonstrates that it's feasible. It's not. It was with the intent in making sure that there isn't a recommendation one way or the other here, that it is feasible, and if you choose to go one way or the other, this is an option. It wasn't just saying that it weighed the pros and cons. It said it was feasible based on the study. As far as Harrison Street and taking it from Russell out to Harrison Street, the county owns half of that road, and if we were to do that, I'm no traffic engineer, but we'd have to be on the left-hand side of the road in order to control that, and that would lead to likely some issues.
All right, Councilmember Burgell.
Oh, yeah, we have to extend the meeting.
Well, we extended it to 11, didn't we?
No, we extended it to 10:30.
Oh, I thought there was a further discussion about 11. Okay, do we have an 11 o'clock extension?
No.
No.
Not by me. I was going to say something.
Okay.
Okay, can we get business done by 10:45? 11 o'clock, really?
Can we
All
call
right,
it 11,
fine.
table
11
this
o'clock.
and move on?
Yeah, we
Final
have
offer.
11 o'clock final offer. Okay. I would like to wrap up this discussion so we can get out of here by
Yes,
11.
I have just one question.
Okay.
But I need a second on that motion.
I'll second.
Okay.
Can we get a thumbs up?
Everybody that's okay?
Look
All
at
right.
us all so happy about that. So is there a way that we could convene the Transportation Safety Commission earlier as a special meeting? Could we invite them to come to a special study session if we were to have it on Thursday? Could we suggest that they show up so that we can have these conversations then?
We can. I do know that there were members of the Transportation and Safety Commission in the comment in this meeting as well. But yes, we could invite them to a special study session. We could look into a special meeting specifically for them. That would be dependent upon their availability. But we could do both of those things.
I would support that.
Okay, so do we want to start with, Thursday's awfully quick to get the Transportation Safety Commission involved, but do we want to do special study session on Thursday? I will not be able to be here, but I think you all can handle it if you all can show up. Are you free on Thursday? Okay.
What time? 6?
6 o'clock?
5:30? 6? 5?
Whatever.
Anyone?
We'll say 5:30. I don't know. I'm not going to be there. So does 5:30 work? On Thursday?
I'll have to participate by Zoom, but sure.
Can you please invite Eureka City Schools to this? It seems like we should be involved in this in one way or another.
It's a special meeting, so you'd be welcome to come.
Okay. So 5:30 on Thursday? All right. So oh no. I think it's awfully quick to do it this Thursday. Could we do it like the first week of October on Thursday?
Can we have if we're not going to do it this Thursday, can we have our staff coordinate about a time and then publish that and all that?
Can we
That
do
sounds
that?
like an excellent idea.
Perfect. Okay.
Yeah.
So that is taken care of, and we can go back to our business and we can finish up this meeting. It's not this Thursday. All right. So we are going on to item H1, ordinances and resolutions, Pearson Properties General Plan Amendment Zone Reclassification. I believe that's Senior Planner Savage. Oh, no, it looks like Principal Planner Getz.
You're good. No, you can just do it.
So good evening again, Mayor and Council. Before you this evening is the second and final review of Pearson Properties General Plan Amendment and zone reclassification to change both the land use and zoning designations at 3116 Harrison Avenue to neighborhood commercial. As a reminder, the property is located at the southwest corner of Harris Street and Harrison Avenue. To the east of the center line of Harrison Avenue is the county's jurisdiction. The property is improved with a 3,000 square foot office building, and approval of the project will allow the existing building to be used as a general office building or other uses allowed in the neighborhood commercial zone, instead of being limited by the current hospital medical zone to office and commercial uses which serve medical uses. Therefore, staff recommends that you adopt a resolution to approve the general plan amendment, as well as adopt the ordinance to amend the zoning map. And I have a suggested motion whenever you're ready.
All right. Do we have any questions for Principal Planner Getz? Okay, all right. Do we have any public comment on this item? Anybody online? All right. Sounds like we could bring it back to council. Councilmember Burgell.
I move that we adopt a resolution to the City Council of the City of Eureka approving the general plan amendment to change the general plan land use map designation from professional office, PO, to neighborhood commercial, and C, for the property at 3116 Harrison Avenue, APNs 013-191-0127 and -026, and waive full reading, read by title only, and adopt bill number 1017-CS, an ordinance of the City Council amending the inland zoning map to reclassify the property at 3116 Harrison Avenue from hospital medical to neighborhood commercial. Is that the right one?
Second that?
Yeah. Oh. Who seconded? Does that Councilmember Arroyo second?
Yes.
All righty. Do we have any further discussion on this? All right, everybody vote.
Just a point of order. Was that an okay recommendation, Principal Planner Getz? Okay, thank you.
Everybody vote.
Aye. Councilmember Arroyo? Okay.
Okay.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
All righty. Now we're moving on to item H2, Coastal Signs Text and Local Coastal Program Amendment. And I believe that again is Senior Principal Planner Getz.
Thank you again. Before you tonight is adoption of a bill for the coastal sign ordinance, which was adopted by the Coastal Commission with modifications on July 13th, 2022, and was introduced to you at your meeting in August. The ordinance will regulate signs in the coastal zone, which are the colored parcels shown here. The changes adopted by the Commission included modifications and additions to language regarding these topics, as well as additional requirements specifically for digital signs. As a note, based on council's discussion, staff is processing an amendment to prohibit new digital signs in the coastal zone, and that should come before you at your next meeting. Staff is recommending tonight that you waive reading, read by title only, and adopt bill number 1018 CS, and adopt a resolution requesting Coastal Commission certification of the modified ordinance. I have a suggested motion when you're ready, and I can answer any questions.
All righty. Does anybody have any questions for Principal Planner Getz at this time? Looks like we're all good. Do we have anybody who would like to make a comment on this item in the House or online? Seeing none, I'm going to bring it back to council for comments or a motion.
Can I move staff recommendation?
On this particular one, you have to read the ordinance language. So
I'll do it. I move the City Council waive reading, read by title only, and adopt Bill number 1018-CS to repeal and replace Eureka Municipal Code Title 10, Chapter 5, Article 17, Signs, and amending Article 1, General, Article 18, Site Plan Review and Architectural Review, Article 22, Non-Conforming Uses, Structures and Signs, Article 26, Zoning Permits and Certificates of Occupancy, and Article 29, Coastal Development Permit Procedures pertaining to signs, and adopt a resolution and direct staff to transmit the amendment to the California Coastal Commission.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Bauer. Any further discussion? Looks like everybody already voted anyways. Councilmember Arroyo.
Councilmember Arroyo.
Aye.
Unanimous yes vote. Motion carries.
All right. We are going to, for the city manager's report, this is a 7-minute presentation on the local coastal plan update you need to make now.
No, we can move those, like I said, that
Till October?
Till October, correct. I just have a 20-minute presentation on the trip to Long Beach.
Oh, do you have to talk about the trip to Long Beach or just council members?
No, just the council members.
Okay. Well, then we are going to move on to council reports and city-related travel, and we will go ahead and start with Councilmember Arroyo.
Well, I did not go to Long Beach. I am on Coast Guard duty right now in Novato. And so that is primarily what I'm up to. I did want to make a brief announcement about the upcoming Trails Summit. It will be on Saturday at the Sequoia Conference Center. It's going to be very exciting. Senator McGuire will be there to speak, as well as other folks to talk about local trails. And it's from 9 to almost till noon, 9 to 11:45. Again, this Saturday, September 24th, Sequoia Conference Center on Myrtle Ave. Questions about local trails can be submitted in advance, and you can go to humtrails.org to find out more, and yours truly will be the MC of that event. I think I'll save any other items for a future meeting. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Burgell. That's me. That's you. All day, all night.
All day. I'm not up this late very often. So I went to Long Beach. Hold on just a minute. Yes, I went to Long Beach for the League of Cities conference, and just a couple of brief things. It always feels great to go to the different meetings and realize that Eureka, our city, is innovative and way ahead of a lot of the cities that are at the conference on a lot of different levels. So that always feels really good. That being said, there were some things that were really interesting that I'm working on to bring back. And I just wanted to give a shout out to our Uplift team who won the prestigious Helen Putnam Award. And they just do such fabulous work, and I'm just so grateful for them. With that, I'm done.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Bauer.
Yeah, I too went to the League of Cities, and I think there's 800 cities, 792, something like that, or 492, something like that. It's a lot of cities. And they were all there, or a vast majority, and it was great meeting other coastal cities. And like Councilmember Burgell said about, we're pretty ahead of things. A lot of discussion about trying to get local coastal programs through, and like we have one, and we're updating ours. And it was great just meeting other council members and hearing about their problems, their happenings, and realizing that we are all have very similar situations. I wish, hope people hear that we're like any other city that has lots of challenges that we're working through, and we're doing a good job. So that's it. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Moulton.
I think we all took similar lessons away from the Cal Cities conference. Congratulations, of course, again to Uplift for winning the Helen Putnam Award. There were only 12 across the whole state, and we got one because Eureka's doing some really great work, and our staff rocks. But yeah, every time I went into a conference to see how other cities are doing similar things that we're doing when it comes to creative solutions to homelessness, when it comes to being a coastal city or working on reducing a carbon footprint or addressing climate change, then I would find those other cities are doing, they're working on starting the things that we have established and that we're already going. And I'm like, where's the next level? Where's the next level? But the next level is out there. We just got to keep going. I had a lovely conversation with the mayor of Trinidad about their Sister Cities project, which was very enlightening. And yeah, that's all for the coast for the League of California Cities. It was was very enlightening and also very encouraging. I'm just super pleased to be a part of this whole thing. The other thing I've done recently I should mention is the 2x2 with the chamber. I got to meet the new CEO, President Nancy Olson, and we talked a little bit about some of the services that they're going to be offering for for business development in the area. We discussed coordinating efforts around disaster preparedness, which I think is just really great. Apparently Nancy Olson has some expertise in that. So not only preparing the area for disasters, but specifically businesses and how we can help them, but also utilize what they have to help the whole area get through something if something big and crazy happens. We discussed their concerns, which are similar to all of our concerns: security, helping folks who are experiencing homelessness in our area, and generally plans for the future. But I was very encouraged by that meeting, and I look forward to creating more connections between the local business community and the city government and how we can help each other. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Castellano.
Let's see. Well, I guess of greater importance is just to let folks know that I attended the Cal Cities conference in Long Beach. Definitely highlights are the seeing, our Uplift program, and Larry Alexander received the Helen Putnam Award with Miles there. And then also I, with the support of Councilmember Bauer, created a breakout meeting or kind of hung flyers around the conference and tried working to get Cal Cities to implement climate related policy. So then had a lot of conversations with people who are working on policy at Cal Cities. So that was, I really wanted to see that organization kind of embrace that or take kind of more active stance on climate related policy. And just lots of things I could talk about, but the housing group that I facilitate every Monday is holding a housing roundtable on October 6th. So just want that to be on folks' radar. And the point of that roundtable is to kind of set educational priorities for housing across sectors. So if you're interested in attending that, let me know. I'll just stop there, or I'll just keep going. Okay.
All right. I believe that was our last report. So 10 minutes to spare. No, we're good. We could close out. But I wanted to ask, I'll adjourn. I'm going to adjourn, and then I'm going to ask Miles a question afterwards. I got to work at 6:30 this morning.